readings with a recitation from the Holy Quran.
आवाज साउंड हाँ
Shahid sir, please unmute yourself.
शायद अनम्यूट करो ना
الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان
Sadaqallahul Azim.
Jazakallah.
Before we formally start our inaugural session, I would like to present today's webinar agenda. Following the inaugural session, we have two sessions, one on the role of nuclear and space technologies in global socioeconomic development, chaired by Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi, Executive Director, CISS. Second session will be on peaceful uses of nuclear and space technologies in Pakistan, which will be chaired by Ambassador Qazi Khalilullah, Executive Director, Center for International Strategic Studies, Sindh. In today's inaugural session, we are very pleased and honored to have two keynote speakers, Chairman Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, Mr. Muhammad Naeem, and Chairman Pakistan's Space and Upper Atmosphere Research Commission, Major General Ahmed Nadeem. We are honored to have Provincial Minister from Sindh, Mir Shabir Ali Bijrani, as our chief guest for this webinar. I welcome all our worthy panelists to this session. As we are commemorating 30 years of Pakistan-China Civil Nuclear Cooperation, CISS has prepared a documentary, and I'll ask our technical team to play few glimpses from the documentary to mark this occasion. Shahid Saab, audio is not clear.
पूरा 8 मिनट हो गए चलो
Wonderful effort. Now I would like to request Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi, Executive Director, CISS, for his opening remarks. Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi, in a long diplomatic career of 36 years, served in various diplomatic and ambassadorship assignments, including United Nations, both in New York and Vienna, and in various capitals, including Washington, D.C., London, Paris, and Brussels. Ambassador Naqvi was appointed Member Chairman's Advisory Council in Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission after his retirement from Foreign Service, where he functioned as advisor to Chairman PAC on international affairs. Ambassador Naqvi is the founding executive director of CISS, which was established in 2010. You have the mic, sir.
Thank you, Afira. I hope I am audible to everybody.
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can hear you.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon for all our participants. I welcome all the worthy participants, distinguished guests, and eminent speakers to this webinar. Actually, this webinar should have been held in Karachi to mark the occasion of the inauguration of the Kanu 2 nuclear power plant, but due to certain technical problems that have developed due to the coronavirus pandemic, we are obliged to resort to the electronic and the technological resort of avoiding direct interaction. But it's a pleasure nonetheless to have all of you, sir, all of you gentlemen. And I am particularly happy, a matter of great pleasure and honor for us, that the government of Sindh, represented by the Minister for Mines and Minerals, Rural Development and Public Health Engineering, Mir Shabir Ali Bijarani, is gracing this event as the chief guest. We also have and are delighted that the Chairman PAC, Mr. Muhammad Naeem, and Chairman Suparco, Major General Amir Nadeem, are also keynote speakers. The participation of these distinguished dignitaries is indeed a privilege for all of us. I am also thankful to all the respected chairs and the speakers who are professional experts, and this list includes the speaker from the China Zhongyan Engineering Corporation, CZEC, as well as speakers from the PAC, PNRA, and Suparco, who will be sharing their valuable insights in the two sessions that were outlined by our moderator, Ms. Afira Firdaus, on the various aspects of sustainable development through nuclear and space technologies in Pakistan. CIS is our center is also grateful to all the speakers for their acceptance of our invitation to participate in this virtual session. Not the least, we greatly appreciate the audience participation who have been invited to our webinar, and they will be invited to take part in the interactive Q&A session after the presentations by the commendable speakers. We have a very good audience today of several hundred participants, plus those who are following us on Facebook, which runs into the thousands. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan has made great strides over the past 6 decades in the peaceful application of nuclear technology, particularly in the field of biotechnology and health sectors, which is often ignored in the public discussion of Pakistan's utilization of peaceful uses of nuclear energy. PAEC's sustained research and development in agriculture helped, for example, earn Pakistan $7.4 billion through improved crop yields. 18 cancer hospitals are providing cancer treatment to thousands of Pakistanis each year over all these years that they have been in operation. Pakistan's success in harnessing the peaceful atom for socio-economic development has earned it the respect and recognition of the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. I was personal witness to the IAEA's favorable view of Pakistan when I was ambassador to the agency in Vienna. The recent coming into operation of Keynote 2 is a landmark event that marks a new advancement in the nuclear energy cooperation between Pakistan and China that has stood the test of time for the last 35 years. It was, I think, very aptly depicted in the short documentary that we ran just when we began our session. China and Pakistan concluded way back in 1986 a comprehensive agreement for civil nuclear technology in September 86 that paved the way for the supply of K2, K3 and 5 earlier nuclear power plants at Chashma, along with the supply of nuclear fuel and power plants under IAEA safeguards that also we were able to obtain from China. This is a unique example of South-South cooperation in the peaceful uses of atomic energy. This cooperation further consolidates the 7 decades long bilateral relations between the two states and contributes to Pakistan's pursuance of its socio-economic uplift by increasing the overall share of nuclear power in the country's energy mix. The nuclear power plants with Chinese collaboration will enable Pakistan to reach its target of 8,800 megawatts of nuclear power by 2030, and eventually 40,000 megawatts by the year, inshallah, 2050. Towards this end, the Keynote 3 project is also expected to enter into commercial operation in 2022. And the China National Nuclear Corporation, CNNC, also signed an agreement with PAEC in 2017 for the 5th unit at the Chashma nuclear complex, which is anticipated to add another 1,000 megawatts to the national grid. Furthermore, ladies and gentlemen, the two sides have begun cooperation in the space arena as well. Pakistan and China have recently agreed to promote the 2012 to 2020 space cooperation outline agreement between the China Space Administration, CNSA, and the Space and Upper Atmosphere Research Commission of Pakistan, SUPARCO. Historically, Pakistan took a lead in initiating a space program by launching its first rocket as the third Asian state to do so way back in the 60s, 1960s. Now, Pakistan is again focusing its attention on building a space program in order to meet its sustainable development goals. As an aspiring space-faring nation, Pakistan seeks to benefit from the Remote Sensing System PRSS-1 and the indigenously built Technology Evaluation Satellite PARC-TESS-1A, which constitutes a major leap forward in providing the multispectral imaging capabilities which can contribute to improved management and planning for the frequent water crisis that we undergo, the natural disaster management, which again is something that we have to do from time to time, and planning for various long-term projects as well as forestry, industry development, wildlife protection, etc. Pakistan's Space Vision 2047 is the intermediary step aimed at peaceful exploration of space to achieve the sustainable development goals towards water, climate, agriculture, and health security. Ladies and gentlemen, I have outlined for you the range and the scope of our peaceful uses of nuclear and space technologies, with the object that these remarks will provide a backdrop to our discussion today. We look forward to the worthy speakers' informative perspectives on these very important topics. I wish all the participants a very fruitful and productive discussion session. Thank you. Over to you, Afira.
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone to further our webinar. Our first keynote speaker is Mr. Mohammad Naeem. Mr. Mohammad Naeem is currently serving as Chairman Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission since 2015. He did his MSc in chemistry from Punjab University and joined Atomic Energy Minerals Center in 1972. He worked in DG Khan on different projects of international importance for 16 years. During his chairmanship, he has focused on creating high-tech R&D environment in the Commission. He has representing Pakistan as governor for 4 years in the IAEA Board of Governors. In the view of his par excellence performance in chemistry and nuclear fuel cycle, he was conferred with Sitara Imtiaz in 2005 and Hilal-e Imtiaz in 2013 by the government of Pakistan. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Afira. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Minister, Mines and Minerals, Mr. Shabir Ali Bajrani, respectable Ambassador, His Excellency Nong Rong, Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi, Major General Amir Nadeem, Chairman SPARCO, distinguished guests, participants, Assalamu alaikum, Ni hao, and a very good afternoon. Let me thank Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi for arranging this webinar as part of the activities celebrating the 70 years exemplary friendship between China and Pakistan. Prime Minister of Pakistan on 21st of May will inaugurate the Karachi Nuclear Power Plant K2, inshallah. We are celebrating 30 years of Pak-China cooperation in nuclear power. PAC also completes 65 years of dedicated service to the nation. So this year is very important for us. K2 plant is a milestone in the nuclear power program of Pakistan, the first in a series, while more of 1100 megawatt units are planned to be installed in the years to come, starting with Chashma 5, which is in the final stages of negotiations at the moment. It is no coincidence that Pakistan's first nuclear power plant, Keynote 1, is also located in Karachi, which was connected to the grid in 1971 and formally inaugurated in 1972 December. K1 ushered Pakistan in a select group of 15 countries using nuclear power. 50 years of nuclear power in Pakistan is also achieved this year. This year, the inauguration of K2, K3 will provide a quantum jump in contribution of nuclear power in the energy mix of Pakistan. Despite PSC's efforts to generate more electricity by nuclear, the journey to greater nuclear share stalled due to the embargoes and sanctions from the Western world. When our friends China started making nuclear power plants, we eagerly acquired these plants and the journey of nuclear power continued again. Then 4 plants of 325, 2 out of 325 and 2 out of 340 megawatt were installed in Chashma and are operating at a high capacity factor and providing 1,330 megawatt electricity at almost single digit. If we go for the average out karen, to tariff to the national grid. K2 marks a new era with the introduction of large-sized Gen 3 nuclear plants in Pakistan. These units, with plant life of 60 years, extendable to 80 years, will be testaments of Pak-China friendship for the future generation. It is befitting that the inauguration of this plant coincides with the celebration of 70 years of Pak-China friendship celebrations. In 8 to 10 months after this inauguration, inshallah, the second plant of K3 will also be connected to the national grid. K2, K3 plants will keep operating to the end of this century. These plants have a seismic design against peak ground acceleration of 0.3, well above any earthquake predicted for this region. The equipment with a combination of active and passive safety systems are designed with multi-layer in-depth philosophy. The double shell reactor containment buildings of plant are designed to withstand even a large commercial aircraft hit. With grid connection of K2 plant, installed capacity share of nuclear power has increased to 6% from 3.7%, and its share in electricity generation is expected to increase to around 12%. This is because of the high capacity factor of our plants. With completion of K3 plant, these share will increase further. Ladies and gentlemen, nuclear power is economical, clean, and reliable source of base load electric power. It plays a special part in energy security of Pakistan, as nuclear power plant, once fueled, can operate for more than 1 year without break. In case of K2, K3, this refueling cycle will be 18 months. Cost of nuclear fuel is low. It is less than 10% of the total cost of electricity, compared to 50 to 60% of fossil fuel. In addition, its volume is also very small compared to fossil fuel. Fresh fuel for 2 to 3 years can be stored conveniently at plant site without any additional infrastructures required, making it oblivious to any international fuel price fluctuation as they do in the case of oil and gas. This, when compared with other baseload technologies like imported coal and LNG, makes nuclear the most predictable, reliable, and clean technological option. In Pakistan, 44% of the commercial primary energy needs are met through imports. In 2019, if we see the figures, that consumed more than 60% of the export earnings. Nuclear, though capital intensive, is cheap to operate and plant life is longer. Then, regarding the environment, global warming and the associated climate change is the greatest challenge facing the world. This warming is mainly due to increased concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. Although these greenhouse gases are mostly emitted by the industrialized world, the effect is disproportionately on the developing countries like Pakistan. The rising of sea level, melting of glaciers, and increasing events of extreme weather are affecting the developing countries, while they have inadequate capabilities to deal with the impacts of these events. Many industrialized countries have adopted net zero greenhouse gases emissions target for 2050. The potential of nuclear power, which currently supplies 10% of the world electricity, but contributes 30% of low carbon electricity of the world, is envisaged to increase substantially if Paris Agreement target of 1.7 degree is to be achieved. The 6 operational nuclear power plants of Pakistan are contributing to global efforts for mitigation of carbon dioxide. So far, cumulative avoidance of carbon dioxide by operating nuclear power plants of the country is more than 60 million tons. With contribution of K2, K3 nuclear power plants, greenhouse gases mitigation rate will further increase by 2 to 3 times. If we just compare with the coal or the oil, the fossil oil or the gases, you see for 1,000 megawatt plant, the emission is 4 to 5 million tons per year. But in this case, the nuclear, the greenhouse gases emission is 0. So that is the difference what I'm talking about. In the state operation of nuclear power plants, the role of a regulator is central in 2000. Is central. In 2001, the Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority, it was established. PNRA oversees the safety and security aspects of the nuclear program of Pakistan. PNRA has built a reputation of a world-class regulatory authority through its stringent application of latest international safety regulation in line with IAEA guidelines. It is now helping other embarking countries in establishing regulatory authorities. Pakistan is signatory to most international safety and security instruments. All its power plants are under IAEA safeguards. It is a member of World Association of Nuclear Operator, WANO, and CANDO Operating Group, COG. WANO and IAEA safety teams inspect our plants on a regular basis. Realizing the fact that adoption of nuclear science and technology requires high-quality human resource to be sustainable, the early leaders of PAC established the Reactor School in 1967. This institute has flourished into PIAS, the top-ranked Engineering University of Pakistan. Now PAC has many specialized institutions to impart education, training required for development of nuclear science and technology in Pakistan. Alhamdulillah, our education and training institutes are meeting our own requirements and also catering for the requirements of trained manpower in other economic sectors important for the socio-economic development of the country. PAC has not neglected the use of nuclear science and technology for socio-economic development of the country. The 4 nuclear agriculture centers of PIAS, of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, have produced 125 new seed varieties which have higher yields and are resistant to drought and diseases. To fight cancer, PAC has established 18 cancer hospitals all over the country, which are the single largest network of hospitals in Pakistan. Over 1 million patients visit these hospitals per year for diagnosis, treatment, and follow-up. It is not out of place to mention that the radioisotopes as well as the cold kits required to use these isotopes are also indigenously made by PAC. PAC has state-of-the-art mechanical workshop for the fabrication of large-sized spares demanding high precision. I'm sure my colleagues who are participating in this seminar will highlight in detail the contribution of PAC in socio-economic development of the country. So I will not go into the details. I know some of my good colleagues are there who will speak after me. With the help and support and guidance of the government and the Strategic Plans Division, PAC has been able to make a humble contribution to the development of the country. The nuclear power program of Pakistan is a shining example of the deep and close relationship of the people and government of China and Pakistan. The participation of His Excellency Nongrong, the Ambassador of People's Republic of China, and His Excellency Wong Yongfu, Chairman CISEC, in this webinar reflects the deep and close friendship and cooperation between the two nations. Before I conclude, let me thank the organizers of this webinar for giving me the opportunity to say a few words in celebration of 70 years of Pak-China friendship as well as the inauguration of K2. Long live Pak-China friendship, long live Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your remarks. Our second keynote speaker is Chairman Sparco, Major General Amir Nadeem, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military. Major General Amir Nadeem was born in 1965 in Lahore. After graduating with Bachelor's of Engineering in Aerospace, he got commissioned in Electrical and Mechanical Engineers Corps of Pakistan Army in 1988. He has varied experience of engineering, instruction, and R&D assignments. He is serving as Chairman Sparco since September 2018. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister Mir Shabir Ali Bijrani, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. It is a matter of great honor and privilege for me to have been afforded this opportunity to address the inaugural session of the webinar. On behalf of SUPARCO, I would like to extend gratitude to the Center of International Strategic Studies for providing this forum with such a remarkable participation and attendance. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of science and technology for building a sustainable future for mankind has lately gained considerable importance. Impact of technology in fight against natural and man-made posed challenges is extremely important and cannot be overemphasized. Today, technology is not only assisting in determining new and alternate ways to save depleting resources, but also suggesting their effective utilization. Space technology also contributes greatly in confronting myriad challenges in the fields of climate change, resource monitoring, disaster management and mitigation, health and education. Out of the 169 targets accrued from the 17 Sustainable Development Goals adopted by the UN member states in September 2015, a study published in January 2018 by the United Nations Office for Outer Space found that the use of space technology and its applications delivered direct benefits to almost 40% of these targets. Ladies and gentlemen, SPARCO, being the National Space Agency of Pakistan, is mandated to utilize and promote the use of space technology and its applications for achieving sustainable development targets. SPARCO has been coordinating with national and international organizations for the development of space-based solutions in a number of areas. SPARCO has completed numerous important projects in Pakistan and few other countries related to agricultural monitoring, disaster management, forest estimation and monitoring, environment, and GIS-based governance and planning, all of which were focused on achieving the defined sustainable development targets. I would just like to briefly describe the notable activities under these aforementioned categories. Agriculture is the mainstay of Pakistan's economy, and use of satellite technology has improved the way we tackle our agricultural problems. With the technological support from SPARCO, a system for crop monitoring and yield forecasting to ensure food security in Pakistan has been successfully established. SPARCO is assisting the provincial crop reporting services in building their capacity, crop damage assessment after natural disasters, and distribution of compensation packages to farmers, etc. During 2020, various parts of Pakistan came under the locust attack, threatening food security of the country. This prompted the government to declare an emergency. In response, SPARCO helped relevant departments to tackle the threat by developing a geospatial habitat model, which was helpful in identifying locust hotspots in minimum possible time, and launched the web portal for locust monitoring, where locust habitat analysis maps are being uploaded on fortnightly basis. SPARCO has been utilizing the space technology to mitigate the effects of disasters by providing timely satellite data-based map products spatial and temporal analysis, and situation update reports to the federal and provincial disaster management agencies. SUPARCO is using both satellite-based remote sensing techniques and GIS to provide analysis of disaster-related damages and mapping of the affected areas. Satellite-based information products are shared with the national stakeholders and international organizations if required. Under the National Disaster Management Plan of NDMA, SUPARCO has been assigned significant responsibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, together with the Federal Ministry of Climate Change, SUPARCO successfully implemented the National Environmental Information Management Systems, the main objective of which is the development of a temporal environmental monitoring application, forecast and analyze dominant environmental changes in air, water, forestry, biodiversity, desertification, sea surface temperature using satellite remote sensing. A web-based GIS application has been developed for access to the environmental database of the country. Pakistan is also pursuing collaborative research with the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Chinese Academy of Sciences under the Third Pole Environment Framework to study the atmospheric composition, climate change patterns, and their impacts on snow cover and glaciers across the Hindu Kush, Karakoram, and the Himalaya ranges in Pakistan since 2010. Based on these studies, SUPARCO has developed a glacier atlas, a first of its kind in Pakistan, where over 6,600 glaciers have been identified. SUPARCO supports the Federal Ministry of Planning, Development and Special Initiatives in spatial monitoring, planning and monitoring of large infrastructure projects at the national level. Some recent projects include the accurate determination of the CPEC alignments, planning and land compensation process of various national level projects entailing cost saving and effective project management. SUPARCO, in collaboration with the provincial governments, is utilizing satellite remote sensing and GIS to identify hotspots for dengue outbreak. Similarly, polio digital mapping system was developed by SUPARCO in collaboration with UNICEF. These projects greatly assist relevant health departments in monitoring the spread pattern and take necessary immunization measures to curb the spread of the diseases. Correspondingly, in the domain of satellite communication, SUPARCO, through its subsidiary organization, is serving TV broadcasters, cellular operators, internet and data service providers, and government organizations. It provides satellite services and access in some of the most unserved areas of the country. Tele-education and telemedicine applications can be extremely effective in such regions. Ladies and gentlemen, this year also marks the completion of 70 exemplary years of strong relations between the Islamic Republic of Pakistan and People's Republic of China, which were established in May of 1951. Often cited as deeper than oceans and all-weather friends, both Pakistan and China have enjoyed a multi-dimensional, comprehensive, and strategic partnership based on mutual respect, common objectives, and shared values. The bilateral association between the two countries in the space sector has also opened new vistas of socio-economic and scientific cooperation, subsequently boosting our historic cordial relations. The assistance provided by the China National Space Agency and the constituent organizations have given an impetus to the Pakistan space program. Numerous projects are in hand which will further enhance this enviable relationship and enable Pakistan to employ space technology in even more applications. Ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I must emphasize the positive and beneficial impact of space activities on everyday life and well-being of the populace. SUPARCO is fully committed to utilize the space technology and its applications for socio-economic development and continue to play its role in facilitating the implementation of the Global Sustainable Development Agenda under any program of the regional or international level. Role of space domain in this regard will be further highlighted and deliberated in the ensuing sessions by my colleagues from Suparco. I am confident that this webinar shall draw productive and pragmatic outcome. Thank you very much for a very patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would now like to introduce Mr. Mir Shabir Ali Bijarani, Provincial Minister for Mines and Minerals, as our chief guest. He also holds the portfolio of Provincial Minister for Public Health Engineering and Rural Development. Mir Shabir Ali Bijarani has very active political career. He is currently member Board of Directors, Sakhar Electric Supply Company since 2011. And he is also member Standing Committee of National Assembly on Communications and Defense Productions. He has been elected member of National Assembly of Pakistan from 2013 to 2018. I call upon Mr. Bijarani to deliver his remarks. Over to you, sir. Sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me?
इनको अनम्यूट करो, बिजरानी साहब को अनम्यूट करो.
Ji. I think it's okay now. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, yes.
Ji, Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam. Walaikum salam. Please go ahead.
It's an honor to be. Ji, it's an honor to be amongst all of you. Actually, our Chief Minister Sindh was supposed to be with you in this session. Due to some engagements, he couldn't attend this session, and I'm here to represent the Chief Minister and the Sindh government. So I would start with my speech. Excellencies, Chairman PAEC, Chairman Suparco, Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi, Executive Director of the Center of International Strategic Studies, and distinguished guests, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. It is indeed a pleasure for me to be part of this webinar and address this august audience. I thank the Center for International Strategic Studies for inviting me as a chief guest and share my thoughts on the subject that is of a great contemporary relevance and significance for Pakistan. Nuclear and space technologies have become important areas for what not only the scientific and technology growth of the country, but also for sustainable industrial and economic development. Pakistan has benefited from nuclear technology to meet the increasing demands of energy. As a developing nation, Pakistan's energy requirements are going to increase in the future, requiring us to have a diverse energy mix. For achieving the goal of energy, nuclear power will form an increasingly significant component. I believe nuclear technology will play a vital role in securing reliable, efficient, and sustainable supplies of clean energy in Pakistan. As Minister of Sindh, I would like to acknowledge the role of nuclear energy and many benefits that Sindh has as a province and Karachi as a metropolitan city and economic hub of Pakistan's economy have obtained. Pakistan is overcoming a severe energy crisis that has directly and indirectly affected all sectors of the economy, especially in terms of evolving energy mix. As uninterrupted power supply is crucial for the economy and serves as the engine for development and prosperity. Nuclear energy being one of the lowest carbon emission technologies for generating electricity can also bring in more foreign direct investment which could provide opportunities to local businessmen to set up their industrial units in the country at large and Karachi in particular. Since experience with nuclear energy goes back many decades, when the first ever nuclear power plant Kanook 1 in Pakistan was inaugurated by President Zulfikar Ali Bhutto in 1972, the Kanook 2 of 1100 megawatts has now been connected with the national grid. I consider it a milestone in the country's history of nuclear technology and an important step toward our energy security. The third plant, Kanook 3 of the same category, is under construction and will go critical this year. Those two nuclear power plants located in Karachi along the coast are going to help fulfill the energy needs of the country. Taking this opportunity, I would like to appreciate the efforts of PAEC to accept the challenge of producing clean energy and contributing in overcoming Pakistan's severe energy crisis. PAEC has worked timelessly for the socio-economic uplift of the country. Use of nuclear technology in the fields of medicine, agriculture, and energy have been the hallmark of PAEC's achievements. To mention a few, PAEC operates 18 medical centers where patients receive diagnostic and treatment facilities either free of charge or at the subsidized rates. Over 1 million cancer patients are treated annually. Sindh hosts 5 of these cancer hospitals, being located in Karachi, Nawab Shah, Larkana, and Hyderabad, where the people of Sindh get easy access to state of art medical treatment. Pakistan, being an agrarian country, relies heavily on its agriculture output, which is paramount for its economic uplift. It is heartening to see the PAEC is also conducting research and development to advance agriculture sector and improve programs on nutrition value of staple foods. In order to achieve sustainable development goal of eliminating hunger and malnutrition, the use of nuclear technology in this domain has resulted in the development of over 100 new varieties of crops, which promise to contribute to our national exchequer. Ladies and gentlemen, I take the opportunity to appreciate Suparco's scientists and engineers for their technical excellence and untiring efforts. Having its headquarters based in Karachi for decades, Soparco has done a tremendous job in the research and development and space exploration to keep pace with the technological revolution across the globe. Effective utilization of space sciences and technologies is crucial for socio-economic development. Pakistan is committed to employ geospatial technologies and satellite imagery for near real-time monitoring and mapping of different sectors. Pakistan is one of the few countries to have its own remote sensing satellite in the orbit. It allows us to gather own data to meet imaginary requirements in the areas of land mapping, agriculture, classification, and assessments like crop yield estimation, urban and rural planning, environmental monitoring, natural disaster management, and communications and navigation services. The province of Sindh, as well as the rest of Pakistan, is getting benefits of these technological advances. In view of other challenges, the impact of climate change is becoming increasingly evident and is going to intensify over the years. Pakistan is the fifth most vulnerable country to climate change. Space technologies address the issues of climate change to preserve our environment. To develop and introduce new technologies which will further contribute to our national development. I would also like to extend full support of provincial government of Sindh to Supaco for its current future projects. Let me also reiterate that we greatly value our cooperation with China, particularly in the fields of nuclear and technologies. Our project-based cooperation with China has played a key role in sustainable development of Pakistan by enhancing its industrial and technological capacity. As I said earlier, the inauguration of Canop 2 is another history of Pak-China friendship and cooperation. At this juncture, I would encourage the Chinese companies, friends, and brothers to invest in power projects in Pakistan and would like to assure them that the provincial government of Sindh will also facilitate them in every way in these ventures. Meanwhile, the bilateral cooperation related to space domain, Pakistan promote more appreciative of the governments contributing to the development of nuclear and space technologies, as a number of important projects in these areas are located in Sindh. I am confident that rapid advancements steer Pakistan to an era of sustained economic growth that will eradicate the burdens of poverty and bring hope for the masses of Pakistan. In the end, I would like to thank and congratulate the Center of International Strategic Studies for organizing this important webinar. I hope that it will bring about fruitful discussions and identify new areas and opportunities in nuclear space technologies designed to further sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bijrani, for your remarks. We are moving towards the conclusion of our inaugural session. I thank all our worthy panelists for their remarks and availability. We have a break for 10 minutes now, and we will resume at, we will have a break for 20 minutes, and we will resume here at 2:20. Thank you.
Thank you.
सर कैसे हैं सर, आवाज आ रही है इमरान साहब? ये मैं कह रहा हूं कि वो आवाज ही नहीं आ रही, आवाज ही नहीं आ रही, आवाज नहीं आ रही, आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही, वो किधर आई थी?
हमें तो आ रही है, आपकी आवाज
नहीं, आवाज
इमरान साहब आपकी आवाज नहीं आ रही।
इमरान साहब की आवाज नहीं आ रही।
करें ना अपने आप को शायद।
हेलो
नकाब
नहीं आ रही आवाज।
नहीं, इसको पहनने से आ जाती है क्या आवाज?
जी नहीं, पहले से नहीं किया हुआ।
नहीं नहीं, नकाब पहनने से आवाज आ जाती है क्या?
किससे?
मां पर सेशन में लाइव मीटिंग में हाणे बात करेंगे कहीं जो क्या हम दिया शरफदीन जी ड्राइवर एरिया प्लेट खड़ दो, ये बोतल खड़ दो, टिश्यू ये रखी मोटो है खणी वन फाइल ये खादू गई खणी ने तुम्हें खण
अंसर साहब अब आवाज आ रही है?
जी, अब मुझे आपकी आवाज आ रही है।
आ रही है आपको? चले चलो बेटा ठीक है। आई थिंक ये कंट्रोल हमें नहीं देते, कंट्रोल कहीं और है, दूर से तो वो कर रहे थे। और क्या हाल चाल है जी आपका बड़े अरसे से? ना बात हुई थी ना मुलाकात हुई।
हेलो।
जी हेलो।
जी
हाँ, आजकल आप कहाँ होते हैं?
आजकल तो रिटायर्ड लाइफ है, मैं कराची में होता हूँ।
अच्छा, कराची में है। तो असल में कराची तो हम 1 साल से नहीं गए, कुछ तो जरूरत नहीं पड़ी, कोई डर के मारे नहीं गए।
ऐसे ही होता है जिंदगी में। लाइफ नेवर गिव्स यू ऑल व्हाट यू
तो अभी
वांट।
क्या कर रहे हैं? अभी आजकल क्या कर रहे हैं आप?
मैं आजकल वो क्या कहते हैं, सिंपली अय्याशी, कुछ नहीं
अच्छा,
कर रहा।
तफरीह तबाह के लिए भी कुछ नहीं कर रहा है?
तफरीह तबाह के लिए मैंने बहुत कुछ सोचा था, ये कोरोना बीच में हाइल हो गया।
हाँ, ये तो खैर है। नहीं, मेरा ख्याल है कुछ
क्या कर सकते हैं।
कुछ टीचिंग, कोई इस तरह की चीजें, कोई राइटिंग।
बस आप जा रहे हो? बस नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं, बेसिकली बस ऐसे ही
अब इन्होंने
करना चाहिए। आपकी बात सही है।
अब मेरा ख्याल में अगली बारी हमारी है।
हाँ? आप ले लें ब्रेक, मुझे नहीं चाहिए।
अभी तो फिल्म दोबारा दिखा रहे हैं मगर।
जी
मैं आता हूँ अभी 1 मिनट।
ओके ओके। क्या यार, ये क्या मसला क्या है, ये नाक में चढ़ाओ पूरा, ये क्या तरीका? ये अभी जब आएगा तो उस वक्त तो मुझे ही बोलना होगा। तो अब ये सब तैयार है, यहाँ से मैं बोल सकता हूँ, उनकी आवाज भी आएगी जो वहां से बोल रहे होंगे। ठीक है, मैं
स्पीच आएगी ना, स्पीच में अगर बंदा रहे प्लस माइनस होता तो बुलाना अच्छा नहीं लगता। चाय ले आओ यार।
हाँ, क्या हो रहा है भाई? ठीक ठाक, क्या हो रहा है?
सर अल्लाह की सुबह से
कैसे जा रहा है?
आईएसटी चल रहा
हाँ?
है। सर आईएसटी का
तनख्वाह तुम्हें बेहतर मिल रही है इंडस्ट्री में भी? उसी तनख्वाह पे तनख्वाह रहे हैं तुम्हें?
जी जी एक्स्ट्रा देते हैं पैसे नहीं।
फिर क्या फायदा यार?
उधर से हो जाता हूँ।
अंसर साहब आपको हम चाय ऑफर करें?
मैं कह रहा था इस वक्त तो सिर्फ शरबत दीदार पिया जा सकता है, चाय नहीं।
जी अंसर साहब आवाज आ रही है आपको?
अब आ रही है। इन्होंने पता नहीं काट दिया सिलसिला ही, मेरे ख्याल में चाय नहीं पिला रहे तो सिलसिला ही काट दिया इन्होंने, कहा छोड़ो।
बस वो क्या कहते हैं फिर राब्ता कट गया।
हाँ, और अब मेरे ख्याल में एक और आ गए हैं शायद। चलें, विल फाइंड आउट क्या होता है।
और
अब ठीक है। और अनवर, मिस्टर अनवर, क्या हाल चाल है?
बस ठीक ठाक अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह चल रहा है, जो दिन गुजर जाए बेहतर है।
पता नहीं इतना इन्होंने क्या कर रहे हैं, आई डोंट नो, probably it's a little bit too much for them. जी
अंसर
हाँ
साहब,
जी,
अब हम
जी।
शुरू करें। और ये असल
साहब
में
क्या हाल
आपस
चाल
में
है?
गुफ्तगू जो हो रही है ना, उसकी वजह से ये प्रेजेंस हो जाती है। तो
नहीं
बस
तो
अब
ठीक है, ओके फाइन, चलें करें, ओके।
जी अफीफा आपकी नाउ आई एम सीइंग यू लाइव, सो आई थिंक अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
Walaikum salam, sir.
क्या हाल चाल है जी आपका? वो वी हैव बीन टॉकिंग विद ईच अदर, बट जब तक फेस ना सामने हो समझ नहीं आती कि हु वन इज टॉकिंग टू।
Sir, we are starting now.
अच्छा
जी
अफीरा, मैं पूछा था कि आप स्क्रीन शेयरिंग तो करते हैं ना? आई हैव अ प्रेजेंटेशन, यू विल हैव टू शेयर द स्क्रीन।
अफीरा,
मतलब मैं शेयर करूंगा
अफीरा
स्क्रीन,
now you
आपको
can
एक्सेप्ट
begin
करना होगा।
please.
Yes,
अच्छा,
sir.
आपस में गुफ्तगू ना करें बेहतर है।
हाँ
अच्छा ठीक है। नहीं अभी तो शुरू नहीं हुआ कि हो गया, अभी कर रहे हैं हम।
So we are starting now.
ओके
चलें
फिर मैं अपना पास उतार दूंगा, मैं इसलिए पूछ रहा था।
Please carry on, Afira, quick.
Sir. Welcome back, everyone. We are commencing session 1 on role of nuclear and space technologies in global socio-economic development. Ambassador Ali Sarwar Nikwi, Executive Director of CISS, will preside this session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Afira. We are entering the first full session of this webinar, this very important webinar. And the first speaker on my list is Dr. Ansar Parvez, former chairman, PAC. Dr. Ansar Parvez did his master's in physics and nuclear technology from Pakistan and his PhD in nuclear engineering and science from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, USA. He served Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission in various capacities for more than 4 decades before retiring as its chairman. He has also taught at Purdue University, USA, and has been the chairman of the Board of Governors of International Atomic Energy Agency. In fact, Dr. Ansar Parvez, if I may add here, served Pakistan at the International Atomic Energy Agency as chairman after a very long time, and acquitted himself with great credit, which added to the good image of Pakistan in the agency, where we are held in good standing at all times. Currently, he is advisor nuclear power to the National Command Authority and chairman Board of Governors, National Center for Physics. Dr. Ansar Parvez, I give you the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Naqvi. Maybe we can start right away. And I have to share my screen. I hope I can do that. आपको स्क्रीन नजर आ रही है?
जी,
चलें,
ये आ रही है।
अच्छा, actually my this presentation, short as it is going to be 4 parts. Number 1, maybe I'll just touch a little bit on what this UN Sustainable Development Goals are. We have been hearing about them a lot. Lekin there is no harm ke ek dafa we show them all together at one time. And then more importantly, I'll go into in what different ways the nuclear technology can help us meet these goals. And since basically I'm a teacher, I'll maybe spend 2 or 3 slides on just telling as to how nuclear realizations interact with matter and how they help us see through the things. And then we'll go as to how Pakistan Atomic Commission of Pakistan is taking advantage of all of these things. And then at the end, we'll see where does Pakistan stand as far as this UN Sustainable Development Goals are concerned. and that is not going to be a very good thing anyway. But anyways, so these goals, there are 17 goals. These are interlinked goals designed to achieve a better and sustainable future for all. You do things, you improve things together, and at the same time, you want to make sure that the future generations will not have to pay the price for what you're doing. And as I said before, nuclear technology can play a very important role. And here is a list of these goals. What we saw before is just a graphic representation, but here is a list. And what I have done in red is actually what are the more important things. And as a matter of fact, you can take care of poverty, health, quality education, water, clean energy, and organize and climate action. Then you can have the other ones covered as well. So as I said before, these are interrelated goals. So there are some for which major effort is required and others will come as a spin-off. Pakistan nuclear program, and as a matter of fact, already it has been said 3 times, but there's no harm in repeating. It started in 1956 with focus on applications of nuclear radiation in the area of health and agriculture. Pakistan's first nuclear reactor, which was at Pinstek, became critical in 1965. The first nuclear power plant, Keynote, was connected to grid in 1972, and there have been no turning back since then. Restrictions or embargo did slow down things a little, but there has been a payoff in terms of increased self-reliance. And this is one of the very distinguishing features of Family Commission, that in spite of all the embargoes, our journey has continued. The nuclear radiations, basically, which come out of a nucleus are alpha particles, beta particles, gamma rays, and neutrons. They all have different characteristics. Particles cannot go very far, and the radiations has gamma rays, they can go very far. And neutrons, since they have no charge on it, they can also travel long distances. So the penetrating power, which allows us to see inside the physical structure without breaking them down, this is one of the characteristics of this nuclear radiation. As a matter of fact, there is no much difference between ordinary light, X-rays, and gamma rays, except for the frequency. The gamma rays have more penetrating power, and they can allow us to see inside much more than the X-rays do. And the other thing which these radiations have is their targeted energy deposition, which can kill bacteria, destroy disease cells, and can cause crop mutation. So the application of nuclear radiation will depend upon, in agriculture, on crop mutation, fruit preservation, because you can kill bacteria, soil studies, in health diagnostics, as I said before, because you can see inside things, and treatment of cancer and thyroid diseases. In industry, once again, because you have this capability of see inside things, you can take care of leak detection, and you can do non-destructive testing. And for water, underground water studies and isotope ecology. So all these things you can do with the help of this. And I will just go on some of these isotopes, for some of these UNSDPs, and see how they can make a difference. So in zero hunger, this is goal number 2, as I think Chairman PEC also pointed out, and Honorable Chief Guest also pointed out, and then Member Sarwan Naqvi Sahab also said, okay, there is a contribution to agriculture. Pakistan agriculture contributes more than 50% of gross national income, and it provides employment to 40% of national labor. So if there is anything that can be done to increase crop production, to take care of pests and diseases, and also to preserve food items, for which there are 2 units of PAC which are working, and to protect land and water resources, they can all contribute to the growth of the agriculture center. And similarly, in good health, already the chairman said there are 18 well-equipped nuclear medical centers working under PAC. These hospitals take care of more than 1/2 of the patients in the country. And PAC was the one which started this nuclear medicine in the country. And now there are about 30 facilities outside of PAC in public sector and private sector, which are doing a service. And PAC also produces radioisotope kits for use in diagnostics. Similarly, it can help produce, look at the groundwater dynamics, identification of pollution sources, because you have this capabilities to see through things, and seepage losses from canals and dams. And of course, you also have this capability to nuclear desalinate water. And there's one set up already at Keynote, a test facility, to produce 400,000 gallons of water per day. And this can be done once you have this nuclear power plants available, nuclear energy available. They can also become for you a source of water, and of course, affordable and clean energy. Already said many times, the old and gold in this is Keynote, the Pakistan first nuclear power plant. It did not produce as much energy as it helped PAC in developing self-sustaining capability. It helped PAC to produce fuel for the plant. It helped PAC to produce the spare parts for the plant. And as a matter of fact, this is maybe the one plant which is now operating for 50 years, and one of maybe very few, or the only plant in the world which operated without vendor support. So we would always call and will always remember Keynote as old and gold. And as a matter of fact, these things have already been said. लेकिन ये जो अच्छी गजल है, अच्छा शेर है, उसको जितनी हमें पढ़ लें उसमें कोई हर्ज नहीं. Then we have these 4 nuclear power plants, the steady and strong foursome, which are harbinger of Pak-China collaboration in nuclear power, C1, C2, C3, and C4. And for anyone who is in nuclear business, seeing 4 nuclear power plants side to side and operating is one of the most beautiful sights in the world. And as a matter of fact, a lot of tribute should be paid to the people who worked very hard, not only to construct these power plants with the assistance of China, but also to keep them operating, and to keep them operating at a very, very high performance level, well above the average in the country. And then the big and the trendy, the most latest generation 3 nuclear power plants, one of which has been completed and connected to the grid. The other will inshallah come online in 10 years. When 2 plants are constructed together, there is always a phase of 10 months between the 2. And so the reason why nuclear power has done so well in Pakistan is no harm in iterating some of the things. I would say effective leadership, merit-based system, the Pak-China relationship, which helped a lot, proper planning and execution, manpower training, and developing safety culture. And I put that here not only because these are the things which help nuclear power, but as a matter of fact, these are 5 or 6 fundamental things. You do them any place, anywhere. You train the manpower, you do proper planning, you do proper execution, you go for merit, and you will automatically get results. There is nothing specific about nuclear power here. And then, of course, there are applications in industry, non-destructive testing and whatever. And most importantly, we have this climate change, climate action. And as already said, at least 2 or 3 times already, and probably will also be said later, because people are going to talk about nuclear power in this. And you can see from this graph as to how low the contribution of nuclear is. And this is the total amount of greenhouse gases emitted per million kilowatt hour of energy produced. Of course, this is lignite, the third coal. This is the coal which is imported. This is oil. This is gas. Here now, after these, we have these renewables and nuclear, which are all making a small contribution to this CO2. And this is one of the biggest strength of nuclear at this point in time, because of this capital cost, which is very high. This is not, I would say, it is not so popular in the world as it used to be, this cost and of other concerns. But the reason it will survive and has to survive, that it is the only solution, it is the only base load energy generator that can be used, and at the same time you can ensure that the climate is not affected. And of course, there are also some measurements that you can take below water. Nuclear radiations are also used for that. And that actually brings me to the end of this presentation. I've tried to finish it in 10 minutes, but I do want to spend a minute on this one. This is the data taken from 2020 report, which tells as to where different countries stand. And you can see in this report that Pakistan is not doing so well. There are 2 goals in which Pakistan is making progress. One is no poverty. I think probably this is because of the ASAS program, which has counted in, and a climate action. For this, they have a positive indicator, maybe probably because of the trees and because of nuclear power or whatever, which has been shown. And actually, our Ministry of Planning and Development They are working on it for the last 3, 4, 5 years, and they probably provide this data to the world. And then there are certain areas like zero hunger, quality education, gender equality, and decent work conditions, livelihood, water, etc., where we study no progress, nothing is happening. And then there are some in which there is some progress being made, and you can see that with this slanted arrow, that is good health, decent work, economic condition, etc. And then, of course, these two are where the data was not provided to the people who were writing the report. And the point that I'm trying to make in this presentation, although it's not really directly related to the topic of today, is that each one of these 17 goals has 12 targets, 8 to 12 targets, and each target has 1 to 4 indicators, which means, and all of them together make more than 300 indicators. So the United Nations have worked and come up with 300 key performance indicators, which all the nations they expect will keep in front of them and will work on them. And every year they will see as to how they are making an improvement of these indicators. And based on these indicators, they will be given a grade. And the last thing that I want to show here is, where do we stand in the world as far as the sustainable development goals are concerned? Our overall score is 56.2, and our overall global rank is 134, which means there are 133 countries who are doing better than us. So whatever contribution we are making, whatever contribution our nation is making, our country is making, is really not significant as far as these development goals are concerned. And there is not much time left because the results have to be brought up and shown by 2030. And how does it compare with the rest of the world? Our regional average is around 65, and the highest score is around 85, which is Sweden. So I think this is all I have to say, and I'm sure the speakers will come after me. We'll talk more about nuclear power, we'll talk more about the application of nuclear technology towards non-power and all of that. Thank you very much. Ji Naqvi Sahab, I'm done.
Thank you, Ansar Sahab. Very comprehensive presentation of our nuclear power projects and the cooperation with China. Afira, where are you? Oh, acha. Okay, I think we don't have Afira to moderate here. I will now call upon the next speaker in this session, Mr. Wang Yangfu, who is the chairman of the China Zhongyan Engineering Corporation, CZEC. Mr. Wang Yangfu is chairman of the China Zhongyan Engineering Corporation since 2019. He is also party secretary of China Zhongyan International Engineering Company Limited. He graduated from the Institute of Nuclear and New Energy Technology of Tsinghua University as a PhD. He worked in different capacities with various nuclear power companies, including has served as Director General of Nuclear Power Division of China Huaneng Group Corporation and President of China National Gordon Zhangzhou Energy Corporation Limited. As the chairman of CZEC, Mr. Wang Yangfu has to his credit the construction by his company of number of our nuclear power plants, and we owe him a debt of gratitude for this signal contribution to Pakistan's nuclear development. Mr. Wang Yangfu, I give you the floor, sir.
尊敬的信德省东方部部长萨布尔阁下，原子能委员会主席纳伊姆阁下，女士们、先生、朋友们，大家好。
Your Excellency, Mr. Shabir, Minister of Mines and Minerals, Sindh, Your Excellency, Mr. Naeem, Chairman of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, PEC, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, good afternoon.
很高兴出席今天的核与空间技术、核能技术发展论坛。首先，我谨代表综合集团中部中原对论坛的成功举办表示热烈祝贺，向长期以来促进中巴核能合作的各界朋友表示衷心感谢。
It gives me great pleasure to attend today's webinar on sustainable development of nuclear and space technology. First of all, on behalf of China National Nuclear Corporation, China Zhongyuan Engineering Corporation, I would like to extend warm congratulations to the successful hosting of the webinar and heartfelt thanks to friends from all walks of life who have long been dedicated to promoting China-Pakistan nuclear energy cooperation.
能源是社会经济发展的动力，大力发展核能是全球构建现代能源体系的大势所趋。
Energy is the driving force of social and economic development. Vigorously developing nuclear energy has become an irresistible trend in the construction of a modern energy system around the world.
中国政府在第14个5年发展规划中确定了在确保安全前提下积极有序发展核电的战略安排。核能作为重要的零碳能源，将成为中国实现碳达峰、碳中和的主要手段。
So in the 14th five-year plan put forward by Chinese government, we have made the strategic arrangement of actively and orderly developing nuclear power on the premise of for ensuring safety. Nuclear energy as an important zero carbon energy source will become the main means for China to peak its carbon dioxide emissions and achieve carbon neutrality.
综合集团是中国核科技工业的主体，核能发展与核电建设的中坚力量。
CNNC is the main body of China's nuclear science and technology industry and the backbone of nuclear energy development and nuclear power construction.
综合集团已经建立起先进核能利用、核燃料、天然气和技术应用的全产业链和工业体系。
At present, CNNC owns a complete nuclear industry chain with 9 core industrial systems composing of advanced nuclear energy utilization, nuclear fuel, natural uranium, nuclear technology application, engineering construction, nuclear environment protection, equipment manufacturing, renewable energy, and financial investment.
综合集团当前有23台在用机组，装机容量2133万千瓦。2020年，15台机组获得了湾诺综合指数满分的良好运行业绩。
Right now, CNNC has 23 nuclear power units in operation with an installed capacity of 21.33 gigawatts. In 2020, 15 units achieved the full marks in Warnow Composite Index.
综合集团具备完整的核燃料产业体系，是中国唯一的核燃料供应商，拥有多型号燃料元件开发和制造能力，制造水平居世界前列。
CNNC is the only fuel provider and constructor in China, and right now it have a complete industrial chain in the fuel element manufacturing.
综合集团也是中国唯一的医用放射源生产供应机构，放射源与核淤血药物出口全球50多个国家。
CNNC is the only medical radioactive source producer and supplier in China, with its radioactive sources and nuclear medical drugs being exported to more than 50 countries worldwide.
综合集团是全球唯一一家30余年不间断从事核电建造的领先企业，该领域建造能力全球第一。
CNNC is the world's one and only leading enterprise that has been engaged in nuclear power construction continuously for more than 30 years, whose construction capacity in this field ranks first in the world.
综合集团拥有完整的核环保产业体系，具备高、中、低放射性废物处理能力，掌握先进的乏燃料后处理与核设施退役技术。
CNNC has a complete nuclear environmental protection industry system, is able to treat high, medium, and low-level radioactive waste, and has advanced technologies for reprocessing spent fuel and decommissioning nuclear facilities.
中巴核能合作历史悠久，1986年两国签订和平利用核能合作协定，掀开了中巴核能合作的序幕。
China and Pakistan have a long history of nuclear energy cooperation. In 1986, the two countries signed the agreement on cooperation in the peaceful utilities of nuclear energy, which ushered in the prelude of China-Pakistan nuclear energy cooperation.
30多年来，综合集团与巴方战略规划局、巴原委会、巴方核安全监管局精诚合作，合作建设成功，建设了4台加西马核电机组，并投入商业运行。
Over the past more than 30 years, CNNC, SPD, and the PAC have went through thick and thin together and have jointly built 4 Tashima nuclear power plants. Right now has been put into commercial operation.
正在建设的卡拉奇 K2、K3 核电机组是中巴深化核能合作的重大项目。
The K2, K3 nuclear power plant, which is under construction in Karachi right now, is a mega project that deepens China-Pakistan nuclear energy cooperation.
该项目对巴社会经济发展贡献巨大，可为当地提供1万余名就业岗位，商用后可满足数百万家庭用电需求。
This project has contributed greatly to Pakistan's social and economic development, which has created more than 10,000 local jobs and will satisfy the electricity needs of millions of families after its commercial operation.
K2 机组已实现满功率运行，即将实现商业运行。这是对中巴建交70周年和中巴核能合作30周年的真诚谢礼。
The K2 unit has already completed the full power operation and will soon start the commercial operation. This will be a tribute to the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between China and Pakistan and the 30th anniversary of China-Pakistan nuclear energy cooperation.
中巴后续的核能合作前景广阔，中方将坚定奉行合作惠及当地的原则，最大程度提升本地化水平，提升巴基斯坦相关领域的设计、设备制造能力和科技化水平，协助巴方实现核电技术的自主化。
The prospect for China-Pakistan future nuclear energy cooperation is broad. We will adhere to the principle of bringing benefits to the local communities through cooperation, enhance the indigenization to the greatest extent, boost Pakistan's design, equipment manufacturing capacity, and the scientific and the technological level in relevant fields, and help Pakistan to realize the independence of nuclear power technology.
在用煤领域，中方将秉持视如己出的态度，利用科技创新持续提升巴方用型核电站的运行绩效。
In the field of operation and maintenance, we will use scientific and technological innovation to continuously improve the operation performance of the power plants.
在核应急领域，将聚焦核应急管理系统和应急准备及响应，高质量开展合作，携手强化核应急保障体系。
In the field of nuclear emergency response, we will focus on cooperation on nuclear emergency management system and high-quality emergency preparedness and response to strengthen the nuclear emergency response system hand in hand with Pakistan.
中方越充分依托综合集团核工业全产业链的优势，携手八方，全面提升八方的核工业水平。
Based on the advantages of CNC in the whole nuclear industry chain, we are ready to work with Pakistan to improve the overall capacity of Pakistan's nuclear industry.
进一步依托高等教育和培训服务，培养地质勘探和采矿领域人才。
We will further make full use of higher education and training services to cultivate talents in the field of geological exploration and mining.
聚焦核设施退役、放射性废物分类、中低放废物处置等项目深化合作。
We will also focus our attention on the cooperation on projects such as decommissioning of nuclear power plants, radioactive waste clarification and disposal of radioactive waste.
拓展放射性同位素、放射源和医疗辐照设施合作。
We will expand cooperation on radioactive isotope, radioactive sources, and the nuclear medical treatment and the radiation facilities.
女士们、先生们，今年是中巴建交70周年，也是中巴核能合作30周年。
Ladies and gentlemen, this year marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic ties between China and Pakistan, as well as the 30th anniversary of China-Pakistan Nuclear Energy Cooperation.
借此机会，我谨代表中核集团、中国中原，衷心感谢各界朋友对中巴核能合作给予的支持。
On behalf of CNCC, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely thank friends from all walks of life for their support to China-Pakistan Nuclear Energy Cooperation.
祝愿中巴核能合作再创辉煌，祝愿巴基斯坦的明天更加美好。
I wish that China-Pakistan Nuclear Energy Cooperation will achieve greater glory and that Pakistan will have a brighter future.
中巴友谊万岁！谢谢大家。
Long live China-Pakistan friendship. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you please unmute yourself?
Mr. Wang Yongfu, I thank you on behalf of the Center for International Strategic Studies for your presentation, and you have made some very good observations and reminded us again of the importance of Pakistan-China cooperation in the nuclear field. Of course, Pakistan-China cooperation covers a lot of areas. It is a very diverse and very wide-ranging relationship, but nuclear cooperation is, I think, one of the very important areas of our bilateral interaction. So I thank you, sir, for joining us today. My next speaker in this session is Mr. Imran Iqbal, ex-member Suparco. Mr. Imran Iqbal, as team leader of a space application and research wing, has been actively engaged in implementing the projects of national importance in this area. He holds a master's degree in digital communication systems from the UK. He has been instrumental in providing satellite-based support to the disaster management agencies in all phases since 2005. Similarly, due to his foresight and technical understanding, he ensured initiation of measures for use of his space technology applications in various fields. He has also been coordinating training of large number of public and private sector personnel to ensure capacity building at the national level. He has been involved in establishment of a number of satellite ground receiving stations, development of satellites, and setting up of other space-related infrastructure. He has been decorated with Sitara-e-Imtiaz by the government of Pakistan for his contribution in space application and research. Mr. Imran Iqbal, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. It is indeed a privilege and a pleasure to address such an eminent gathering today on space technology and socio-economic development in Pakistan. We have all grown up thinking of space as the final frontier to explore. Another dimension of space is that it provides ultimate high ground for looking back at our Mother Earth to improve quality of life and predict changes which could adversely affect well-being of people living on it. Space today is at an inflection point, about to join electricity, the computers and others as general purpose technology that would transform economies and societies. Space technology is a powerful enabler, providing variety of effective inputs for holistic and fast-paced development. In this regard, space-derived services such as Earth observation, satellite communication, navigation and positioning are playing a pivotal role in economic development, social development, and environment protection, which are the three main pillars of sustainable development. Some of the examples in this regard are monitoring and conducting assessment of environment, mapping use of natural resources, disaster management, ensuring availability of health and education services in rural and far-flung areas, food security, weather forecasting, and precision agriculture. SPARCO, the National Space Agency, is mandated to promote and utilize space science and technology for the socio-economic development of the country. To achieve this objective, SPARCO over decades had been building capacity through development of skilled human resources and establishment of state-of-art facilities, deploying space assets, collaborating with national institutions, partnership with academia, and international cooperation. Presently, SPARCO is employing space technology through synergistic use of Earth observation, communication and navigation satellites, as well as complemented with ground-based data to deliver solutions to various activities such as infrastructure development, disaster risk reduction, land cover, land use mapping, and myriad of other solutions. I would now only like to highlight some of the work undertaken by SPARCO. The first presentation, which was given to the then Prime Minister on CPEC highway route from Punjab to Gawada, was based on paper maps. Subsequently, SPARCO was directed to prepare 3D virtual fly-through of the complete route based on Earth observation data with relevant details. This provided wholesome information to the decision makers at the highest level to take informed decisions. Moreover, high-resolution Earth observation data of CPEC ML1 railway project was also provided to the concerned agency for optimum planning. In 2016, a geospatial unit was established for planning and monitoring of CPEC and other projects at the Planning Commission by SPARCO. This unit has proved to be a valuable asset in the country's planning process and has recently been upgraded to meet the country's futuristic requirements. Sir, agriculture is the mainstay of the country economy. Its share in GDP is 19.3% and total cultivated area is around 21 million hectares. SPARCO, in collaboration with the Ministry of National Food Security and Research, has developed a satellite technology-based monitoring system for timely and accurate estimation of main Rabi and Kharif crops on nationwide basis through wall-to-wall coverage of the cultivated area by the satellites. Its efficacy has been proved through delivery of accurate and reliable estimates over time, thus making it easier for the policymakers to make informed decisions regarding consumption and trade policies. This system has also assisted agro-industry through provision of timely crop-specific information to the industry as a decision support tool. SPARCO also carried out a project in collaboration with Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations to monitor rice crops for Afghanistan. On October 8, 2005, an earthquake of 7.6 magnitude struck Pakistan at 8:55 a.m. The first satellite imagery of the affected area was received at the SPARCO satellite ground station at around 10:30 a.m. Since then, SPARCO has been involved in management of all the disasters through provision of timely and accurate space-based information to the federal and provincial governments. SPARCO services were acquired by the World Bank to accurately assess the damage during 2005 earthquake and floods of 2010 for relief and rehabilitation efforts. In view of the requirement to rapidly assess damage for relief efforts, a dedicated space application center for response in emergency and disaster has been established. It also hosts United Nations Regional Support Office for assistance in case of disasters. In this regard, support has been provided to Nepal, Iraq, and some other countries. Presently, at federal level, a project on national catastrophic modeling in collaboration with National Disaster Risk Management Fund and supported by Asian Development Bank is being undertaken to improve disaster preparedness. A comprehensive land-covered land use mapping of the entire country based on Earth observation data was carried out to ensure that these resources are used efficiently for transport, agriculture, residential, commercial purposes. This mapping has proved its utility time and again in projects of national importance, such as D.I. Khan Hakla Road alignment, Sialkot, Lahore motorway, Khorram Taghi Dam, and many others. Land cover, land use mapping of Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan was also undertaken by SPARCO in collaboration with Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. SPARCO has established state-of-art fixed and mobile laboratories for environment monitoring, as well as access to satellite-based data for monitoring of environment. Integrated satellite and ground-based information has been provided and used for baseline environment profiling along the CPAC route in GB, inclusive of air quality, water quality, glacier, and land use mapping. SPARCO, in collaboration with the Institute of Tibetan Plateau, Chinese Academy of Sciences, has also developed a glacier inventory of all the glaciers in the northern areas for monitoring of their health in view of the global warming. SPARCO has also used its capacity to monitor smoke phenomena, inclusive of fire count of rice stubble burning on regional basis. SPARCO has also ensured availability of critical mass of young people to sustain and enhance use of space science and technology in the country through collaboration with academia by establishment of departments and laboratories in various universities across the country. Establishment of National Center for Remote Sensing and Geoinformatics under the Institute of Space Technology is also an important contribution. Aside degree courses, the center also runs regular short training courses for public and private sector throughout the year. In conclusion, it could be said that space technology is essential for sustainable socio-economic development of Pakistan. Going forward, SPARCO could assist in the growth of geospatial industry as complete government dominance of space sector is no more feasible. Moreover, spare capacity, if any, on our communication satellites needs to be utilized for provision of telemedicine, tele-education services in the far-flung areas. There is also a need to start thinking of space exploration activities as they can stimulate innovation, has economic benefit, and add to national prestige. I thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imran Iqbal. It's a pleasure to listen to you. But I might like to add here that we are running a little late. So I would request our two subsequent speakers to stick by the time of 10 minutes that have been provided, so that we don't go way beyond the allotted time for the session. I would now request my good friend, Mr. Anwar Habib, to take the floor. Mr. Anwar Habib is a veteran nuclear scientist who has served for many, many years in different capacities. He became Director General Technical of the Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority in 2004. Later in 2009, he was appointed Chairman PNRA and served for 2 full terms. He took the lead role in review of the upgradations, followed by relicensing after the design life of the first nuclear power plant of Pakistan, Keynote, and the review, which was a pioneering work, because we were able to relive this old power plant with his efforts and the other members of his team, and the review of preliminary and final safety analysis reports of the Chashma nuclear power plants, along with preparation of their safety evaluation reports for their licensing. Currently, he is serving as advisor to the government on nuclear regulatory matters. At international level, Mr. Habib has remained a member of the IAEA Nuclear Safety Standards Committee, NUSSC, and Commission of Nuclear Safety Standards, CSS, and member of the IAEA Advisory Group on Nuclear Safety. I may mention here that the PNRA became a focal point as one of the 2 focal points of Pakistan's nuclear program in the IAEA, and the addition of PNRA to our national representation in IAEA was an added feather in Pakistan's cap, because we showed that we have established an independent regulatory authority for nuclear matters, which is extremely vital and significant in this particularly sensitive field where the risks and hazards are many and have to be dealt with in a proper manner. Mr. Anwar Habib, you have the floor, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And Assalamu alaikum and a good afternoon to everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank Ambassador Naqvi for a very elaborate introduction, but I consider myself to be a very ignorant person, and what I know is only the blessing of Almighty Allah. I like to also thank CISS, especially all the team, which is for conducting this webinar at a very important juncture when the 5th nuclear power plant from China has started operation and is going to be formally inaugurated soon. Similarly, the 6th nuclear power plant would also come online in a few months' time. So today's talk is related to the topic of nuclear safety and security and its record. So before going further, I understand that the organizers and our panel and most of our participants know well about nuclear safety and security, but for our audience, I'd like to introduce a little that what is nuclear safety and nuclear security. We all know that safety is a state of being safe in a condition protected from harm or other non-desirable outcomes. And similarly, security is a relative relief from danger or threat of harm or injury. But when we talk of nuclear safety and security, it is to protect people and environment from unwanted hazards of nuclear and radioactive material and radiological events. And similarly, when we talk of security, it is to protect nuclear and radioactive material from malicious acts by non-state actors. So safety is for the people, and security in terms of nuclear security is for radioactive material. Normally, the safety is events are unintentional, like accidents, failures, human errors, organizational procedures, shortcomings, etc. But security is always a deliberate act and a malicious act from outside or from inside. Now, how to achieve this nuclear safety? This is first by proper design, and then construction, operation, prevention of accidents, mitigation of accident consequences for the purpose, as we know, for protecting public, workers, and environment. And when we talk of security, it is through prevention of, detection of, and response to theft, sabotage, unauthorized access, illegal transfer, or other malicious acts involving nuclear material or other radioactive substances, or associated facilities and activities, which include also the computer data these days. So coming to the main topic, the concept of nuclear safety in Pakistan, as we all know and have heard, that is as old as the nuclear development itself. It started in early 50s, in 1955 or 56, when the nuclear activity and the nuclear studies in nuclear science started in Pakistan. But the factual safety work started with the start of the construction of PAR-1, our first research reactor, in 1961. And then at that time, there existed no legislation or any rules. So what PAEC did, they invited IAEA for examining the hazard evaluation report and the design aspects of the Pakistan Research Reactor PAR. IAEA constituted a 5 members team, and they approved the hazard report on the basis of which the PAR-1 reactor was started. Later in 1963, the construction of first nuclear power plant was signed with Atomic Energy of Canada to establish the basis for the reactor safety. There were still no regulations. And so an MOU was signed between Canadian General Electric and Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. And that MOU served as a rule for the nuclear safety for Canada. And then a committee was formed, which is called Pakistan Nuclear Safety Committee, and that approved the operation of CANAP at that time. Meanwhile, the Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission thought of having a safety and licensing division, and which was formed in 1970, and later in 1984 through a ordinance. A COSCI nuclear safety regulatory body was formed in 1985, and then with the Nuclear Safety Convention and its adoption, then Pakistan had to have a fully independent nuclear regulatory authority, which was formed in January 2001. So the core functions of the Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority were mainly to review and assessment and make assessments, inspection, enforcement, and licensing and authorization. During the last 20 years, PNRA, after its inception, has achieved major milestones and have first relicensed CANAP after improvements, and then after its design life and making a lot of improvements, and then Chashma 1, Chashma 2, Chashma 3, Chashma 4, and then now lately K2 and K3 have also been licensed by Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority, which indicates the proficiency and the ability to have the licensing and review and inspection and all that. In March 2011, Fukushima accident happened, and which identified a new avenues and which required also the immediate attention to re-evaluate and enhance the safety levels of nuclear power plants. The operators of nuclear power plants in Pakistan were required to re-evaluate the hazards and safety, particularly the plant's capability to withstand natural hazards more than those which are designed and as a design basis. So beyond design basis events were also have to be covered to ensure availability of power sources, cooling water, and validity of procedures to deal with such accident situations, improvements, emergency preparedness, etc. Now, accordingly, utilities performed further enhancing and strengthening safety of operating nuclear power plants and submitted a Fukushima response action plan to implement plant modifications, which were followed up by the regulatory authority, PNRA. Regarding nuclear security, this has been considered earlier as part of the nuclear safety, but after the event of 11 September 2001, 9/11 event called, the need of nuclear safety security was highlighted internationally as a separate field. And Pakistan also recognized the security of nuclear material and other radioactive material and associated facilities is of highest importance. So accordingly, in Pakistan, a nuclear security action plan and SAP was prepared and launched by our regulators to enhance security measures for protection of nuclear and radiation material. This activity enhanced the capability of PNRA and other national stakeholders to prevent, detect, and respond to malicious or unauthorized acts involving nuclear and other radioactive materials. Now, for maintaining safety and security of nuclear facilities, it is most important to have bilateral and multilateral relationships with other countries and international bodies. And in this context, we already had very strong bilateral relationship with People's Republic of China and its regulators and NSA. And we had been working with the Chinese regulator since 1992, when a protocol was signed for bilateral evaluations and assessments of the nuclear and other facilities. So under this protocol, we also have signed a number of other technical support services of experts from NNSA in the licensing, which help in the licensing and assessment of nuclear power plants from China. During Nuclear Security Summit held at Seoul in 2012, Prime Minister of Pakistan announced the establishment of Center of Excellence for capacity building and technical support to all stakeholders for effective nuclear security. So that was also an important point. And after that, 3 institutions, PAS, PNRA, and PSENS, were designated to work together to providing education, training, and technical support to all relevant stakeholders in Pakistan. The Center of Excellence acts as a regional and international hub for capacity building of officials and security personnel. Pakistan has vastly enhanced its nuclear security capabilities with a sustainable program of human resource development and associated training infrastructure built with mutual cooperation of IAEA that includes state-of-the-art laboratories, equipment, and latest technology. Pakistan has also made physical protection upgrades at nuclear power plant K1 with the assistance of IAEA. Under the international parlance, nuclear safety and security experts from Pakistan are participating in IAEA activities to provide expert services for development of IAEA nuclear safety and security documents and training activities, including expert missions. Now, to go for the record, Pakistan keeps a very good track record of operations of nuclear power plants. For operational safety improvements, the International Atomic Energy Commission, International Atomic Energy Agency, has established 3 forums. One is IRS, which is International Reporting System for Operating Experience, and the other is, which was formed in 1984, and Pakistan shared 39 reports, IRS report events, to this forum of the agency. These reports were minor incidents and operational occurrences, not more than a very low level. The level was also introduced as International Nuclear Event Scale, INES, and Pakistan only during all these years have only one event with the level of severity level 2, which is reportable. Other events were not reportable, and Pakistan voluntarily reported those events. Pakistan also joined the IAEA Incident Trafficking Database in 2005. ITDB includes collection, evaluation, use, and dissemination of information related to incidents of nuclear security. NRA has, as national point of contact, has reported 13 nuclear security events involving radioactive materials to ITDB. These events were successfully responded with no radiological consequences to the public or its user. In conclusion, I would like to say that Pakistan is strongly committed to nuclear safety and security and continues to refine and modernize its technical and human resources and mechanism on safety and security of nuclear materials, facilities, and its assets. Pakistan is also cooperating with global community in accordance with its national policies and requirements, as well as international obligations. Based on the above facts and extensive regulatory oversight of PNRA at all stages of power plants, I am confident to say that nuclear power plants in Pakistan are being constructed, operated, and managed safely and securely according to the national and international standards. In the end, I'd like to again thank Ambassador Sarwar Naqvi and his team for managing this wonderful organization, and congratulate them for arranging this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anwar Veeb. It's a pleasure to listen to your very comprehensive and detailed role outlined by you of the PNRA and Pakistan's regulatory system. I now call upon Mr. Naveed Maqbool, DG Technical Support of PNRA. Mr. Naveed Maqbool, welcome to our webinar, and just a brief introduction. Mr. Maqbool joined PAC in 1989 after completing his MS in Nuclear Engineering from Center for Nuclear Studies, Quaid-e-Azam University. He opted to join Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority on its inception in 2001. During his over 32 years of service at PAC and PNRA, he served in different capacities and contributed in performing core regulatory functions of safety review and assessment, development of safety regulations, inspection and enforcement, as well as capacity building of manpower. Currently, since 2016, he is supervising the 2 internal technical support centers of PNRA, which are mainly responsible for performing review and assessment of licensing submissions and audit safety analysis to support the licensing and regulatory decision-making process of PNRA. Mr. Naveed Maqbool will speak on the nuclear regulatory framework in Pakistan. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi. Distinguished guests, am I loud and clear?
Yes, and if I may just interject for a minute, please kindly stick to the time schedule. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So, distinguished guests, panelists, and participants, a very good afternoon and greetings from Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority. It's my honor and pleasure to have the opportunity to talk at this prestigious event. During my talk, as the time is very short, I will very briefly provide an overview of the Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority with regards to its evolution as an independent regulatory body, functions and responsibilities, the early challenges that PNRA faced at the time of its inception and how these challenges were met, contribution of PNRA at national and international level, and in the end, some emerging challenges and way forward. Starting with the evolution, the history of nuclear safety regulation dates back to more than 5 decades, when Pakistan embarked upon utilization of nuclear energy for peaceful applications. Just prior to the installation of first nuclear research reactor by the name of PAR-1, as our distinguished chairman, ex-chairman described, at Nellore, Islamabad in 1965, a very small setup by the name of Nuclear Safety Committee was constituted in Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission to evaluate its safety aspects. The same was transformed first into a Nuclear Safety and Licensing Division and later on into a full-fledged directorate with the promulgation of Pakistan Nuclear Safety and Radiation Protection Ordinance of 1984, entrusting PAEC to regulate nuclear safety and radiation protection in Pakistan. In 1994, Pakistan signed the International Convention on Nuclear Safety, and one of its obligations demanded the establishment of a regulatory body that would be independent from the promoting organization. In order to fulfill this obligation, Pakistan Nuclear Regulatory Authority was created in 2001 as a fully independent regulatory body to supervise and regulate nuclear safety and ensure protection of people and environment from harmful effects of ionizing radiation. Brief about function and responsibilities of PNRA. Like other regulatory bodies in the world, the main functions of PNRA include establishing a regulatory framework comprising of rules, regulations, and policies, granting authorization and licenses to facilities and activities using radioactive material, conducting regulatory inspections to verify compliance with the regulatory requirements, and implement enforcement measures in case of non-compliance. Other functions include physical protection and emergency preparedness assurance and ensuring physical protection and emergency preparedness and response measures by the operator of nuclear facilities, and fixing third-party liability for operator in case of nuclear damage caused by an incident or an accident. The facilities under purview of PNRA include nuclear installations, nuclear power plants, research reactors. There are 4 operating nuclear power plants at Chashma site near Mianwali called C1 to C4, and 2 operating K1 and K2 nuclear power plants, and 1 under construction, which is undergoing commissioning at this time, K3 located at Karachi, and 2 operating research reactor PAR-1 and PAR-2. Other than nuclear installations, we have manufacturers of nuclear safety class equipment, isotope production facilities, and facilities using radioactive sources for medical, industrial, and agricultural applications. Now, a little bit of early challenges that PNRA faced. When PNRA emerged as an independent regulatory body from the operating organization, Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, it faced a multitude of challenges. Establishing a proper and systematic regulatory framework, since only a small number of regulations existed at that time, which were limited in scope and applicability. Lack of technical competent manpower, having expertise in specific areas, and lack of training infrastructure. These challenges were compounded when just a few years after the emergence of PNRA, in 2005, the government of Pakistan announced a plan to enhance the existing nuclear electricity generation capacity up to 8,800 megawatt electric by the year 2030. In order to cope with these challenges and the impending regulatory responsibilities, PNRA established its initial regulatory framework, generally based upon the internationally acclaimed safety standards of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA. Secondly, an internal technical support organization was established by hiring fresh university graduates with the objective of developing expertise in specific technical areas to support licensing and regulatory decision-making process of PNRA. And as an in-house training facility, a school for nuclear and radiation safety was established. And both of these centers were established under the public sector development project funded by the government. In order to perform capacity building of its staff, PNRA carried out a competence need assessment exercise in 2004 by using the IEA methodology for systematic assessment of regulatory competence needs. In this process, a detailed analysis of the gap between the existing and desired competencies was performed. The results of this analysis were used to chalk out different training courses for training of regulatory staff. A three-pronged approach for capacity building and competence development was implemented by utilizing the in-house training center of PNRA, opportunities of training available in national institutions and training through international organizations such as the International Atomic Energy Agency, and through bilateral arrangements with the regulatory body of other countries, mainly the Chinese regulatory body. This exercise was repeated again in 2011 and currently is also in progress. The technical manpower in PNRA, starting from 38 at the time of its establishment, reached to currently around 350 professionals who were hired and subsequently trained at different intervals. In pursuance of the power conferred by the ordinance, PNRA issued and promulgated two types of regulations while establishing its regulatory framework. The administrative regulations, which provide mechanism for carrying out a regulatory process, such as licensing or enforcement, and technical regulations, which provide detailed technical requirements for the licensee in different areas, such as for assuring safety of nuclear power plant design, operation and quality assurance, radioactive waste management, physical protection, emergency preparedness, etc. Now I will discuss a little bit about the contribution of PNRA at national and international level. In fulfillment of the responsibilities entrusted to it by the government, PNRA has granted license and performed regulatory oversight of 7 nuclear power plant units of diverse design technologies, 2 research reactors, licensing of nuclear power plant operating personnel, perform licensing of diverse type of radiation facilities, training and capacity building of regulatory staff and stakeholders as well, and emergency response coordination and environmental surveillance in the country. At international level, PNRA has offered an important contribution to the International Atomic Energy Agency by developing training material for assistance of the countries newly embarking on nuclear power and implementing it in different embarking countries through workshops and expert missions. In addition, PNRA regularly provides expert and consultancy services to the IAEA in its different technical training courses, workshops, and peer review missions. Under the IAEA umbrella, PNRA organizes training of the regulatory staff of different countries in the area of nuclear safety and nuclear security, such as Egypt, Malaysia, and Nigeria. Very quickly, I'll go through a few future challenges that PNRA see and the way forward before ending my talk. In order to cope with the emerging challenges of technological advancement in nuclear industry and ongoing and forthcoming expansion in nuclear power program of Pakistan, PNRA is striving for continuous improvement in its regulatory processes by capacity building of its staff in emerging technologies and enhancing transparency in its regulatory actions to maintain and further enhance the trust of the national and international stakeholders. That's all. In the end, I will thank you all for your kind presence and patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naveed Makbul, for giving a very good presentation. And I might make the point here before I conclude that Pakistan has an enviable record of nuclear development, utilization of nuclear energy for peaceful purposes, and this is all encompassed by a very good safety and security record, as well as a good regulatory framework. So we are, I think, a model case. There are not many such examples in Pakistan's multifarious economic activities, but in the case of nuclear development, we are a model to be followed and an example to be seen by other developing countries. Thank you.
सर साहब जी मैं कहता कि मैं अब इसके बाद मुझे एक बयाना की उसमें जाना है वेबिनार में मीटिंग में दो सवाल हैं इसके अगर आपने नहीं सवाल अगर आपने अब हैंडल करने तो कर लें वरना अदरवाइज आई विल नॉट बी अवेलेबल एक मेरे से
yes नहीं answer sir there is a question from you also I will first ask a question of our Chinese friend because there is one question from Mr. Wang Yangfu. I hope Mr. Wang Yangfu is here.
Yes,
and Mr. Wang Yangfu, the question that I mean, now we have entered the question answer session, and that is why I think Dr. Ansar Parvez raised this point. We have now started the question answer session, which will be limited to 25 minutes, and I have received some questions and I will be asking them. And Dr. Ansar Parvez, I think one or two questions, if they are not directly to you, then at least you can make some comment and then you can leave if you wish. Though we would like you to stay as long as you can. Anyway, the question is Pakistan, but I have to correct the grammatically formulated question. Are Pakistan and China working on any joint or collaborative research and development project for next generation small modular power reactors? This is the question. So, Mr. Mr. Wang Yangfu, I want you to kindly address this question.
他对你提出的问题是，目前中巴有没有在合作研发下一代的这个小的这个模型反应堆？
现在我们对这个小型反应堆的定义可能还不完全有一个统一的认识。中巴还在共同推进自主化的30万级组，不知道它指的小型反应堆是指哪一个范畴？
Right now, we do not have a unified understanding about the definition of this small model reactor. So right now, China and Pakistan are promoting for the development of this 30 megawatts reactor. We don't know whether you refer to this or not. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear us clearly?
不是，他那个主办方把我们声音禁了。
Sir, Ambassador Naqvi, kindly unmute yourself.
अपना mic on करें.
ठीक है. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So right now you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you address this question, and if there's nothing more that is to be added, I will move on to the next question.
请问他指的小型反应炉是不是指这个？
So, according to the definition by IAEA, the reactors with rated power less than 300 megawatts will be the small model reactor. So, do you mean this reactor right now jointly promoted by China and Pakistan?
Yeah, I see. Yeah.
那我们现在这个自主化的项目正在积极推进，以8方自主为前提，中方提供必要的技术支持。包括设备制造，主要以8方为主，我们提供技术支持，包括设计等等。
Okay, so right now we are jointly promoting this self-independent project. So for this project, this will be mainly independently developed by Pakistan in terms of both the design as well as the equipment manufacturing. And for China's side, we will provide the necessary technical support.
Very good. Thank you. I will move on to the next question that has been asked of Dr. Ansar Parvez. Dr. Ansar, you had successfully pointed out and stressed low CO2 emission by renewable resources. Why the government is not fully supporting solar energy, which can provide energy availability?
Actually, as a matter of fact, lately, during the last 1 year or so, there has been a lot of emphasis on building solar plants. There is an alternate energy development board in Pakistan, and they are working on a number of projects where they would add solar energy. As a matter of fact, it's one of the main drivers. But yet, other coal-fired power plants and even our hydro plants are renewable anyway. These are being built. Some coal plants are also being built for which the contracts have already been signed. So the answer to the question is yes, there is a lot of emphasis on building solar power plants, and inshallah, in the next few years, we'll see more of them. And not only in Pakistan, as a matter of fact, to complete the answer, I must add, in the world also, the number of solar power plants is increasing. And next year,
Sir, Dr. Ansar, your mic is mute.
Oh, I've been telling others this thing all the time. So I'm sorry. See, the thing is that in Pakistan, there is an effort and there is a planning to build more solar power plants. No issues with that. And they are planning to build more. The plants which are currently being built are those which had already been contracted. And at the same time, the government is putting a lot of emphasis on building hydro plants. And hydros are renewable anyway. So no problem with that. But I think the answer to my question cannot be completed unless I also say in the world, next year globally, 30% of the energy is supposed to come from renewable, and most of it would be solar. And the solar is doubling at a very, very rapid rate. But what is alarming is, from the viewpoint of environment and from the viewpoint of climate change, is that the coal is also going to increase by about 5%. This means that solar, no matter how cheap, no matter how convenient they are, they will not be able to replace the base load. And that is where a niche for nuclear energy is created. Ultimately, the world will have to turn to nuclear because solar will not be able to meet the base load requirements. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ansar. This is the reason why I had to request you to stay for a few more minutes.
Yeah, I can stay, but I have at 4 o'clock, I have an inside meeting with IAEA. Anwar Veer Saab knows that.
Very good. So we will not disturb that commitment, and I'll thank you for participating in this webinar, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Ansar Saab.
Thank you. I'll still be listening, but not participating.
Okay. Good, good. The next question that I have is from Mr. Mohammad Naeem, sir, the chairman of PAC. Since Pakistan is not, Naeem Sahab, the question is, since Pakistan is not a part of NPT, which hinders the ability to trade in nuclear material, why are we not exploring ways to obtain fuel for K2 and K3 from various sources? What a strategy or path Pakistan will adopt for the fuel of K2 and K3? This is the question.
Thank you, Ambassador Sarwar Naqvi. Chairman is away for a minute. I'll, in his place, I will answer this question. Number one, the question is that why don't we sign NPT if we want fuel? Well, the nuclear trade is not governed by NPT. The nuclear trade is governed by NSC. And as far as Pakistan is concerned, when we set up a nuclear plant, we sign a lifetime agreement for supply of fuel. So all the plants that we install have an agreement for lifetime supply of uranium. As far as we take CANUP, if a condition arises that we need our own fuel, like CANUP, we will be able to make our own fuel and fuel our reactors when the time comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. And now my next question is from Suparco. Chairman Suparco, if he is here, otherwise Mr. Imran Iqbal can answer this. When will Pakistan be in a position to launch its own commercial satellite through a space launch vehicle? This is the question.
Thank you. As far as launching is concerned, yes, inshallah, we are working at it, and we have a program whereby we should be able to launch our own satellites, but it will take time. Presently, what is happening is that whether they are our communication satellites or remote sensing satellites, they are being launched from China using their space transportation systems. So yes, we are working at our own facilities also, but the present situation is that they are being launched from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have another question which is general and which can be addressed by whoever has spoken about nuclear matters. How can the policy makers and the public may improve coherence and balance between benefits and costs associated with nuclear power? I put it up to my panel to address this question. I think if Dr. Ansar Parvez is still here, then maybe he can give us some reply. I can see him on the board, but if not, Ansar Sahab, आप तशरीफ रखते हैं? If not, then I will take it to the gentleman who answered the question for Mr. Naeem. Whoever is there to answer, how can the policy makers and the public improve coherence and balance between benefits and costs associated with nuclear power?
Actually, it's a very good question. And this is a question which is also has to be tackled at the global level. Even at the global level, those who are building nuclear power plants or the nuclear industry, they really have not been able to communicate their message to the masses, to the people. And there is a strong opposition from the people. And that is one of the problems why nuclear is not doing as good as it can. And I think the best way of doing that is to communicate, establish communicating channels, and more importantly, try to communicate in a language which a common man can understand. I mean, there is no point in coming up with big reports and a lot of data and very highly technical information, but we have to simplify the things. We have to make things more clear to the people. And at the same time, we have to come up with examples and illustration. And I think another thing which the nuclear industry has to do is that they should spend some money on studying the effect of nuclear radiation, especially the low-level nuclear radiations.
Yeah.
I think not enough work is being done on that. And that is why there is a general public scare about nuclear. But the answer, in one line answer to this question is, one word answer, I imagine, establish communication.
Thank you. I think if I may add my 2 pennies worth, the basic fact is that nuclear energy has dual aspects. It has costs, but it also has benefits. And the responsible nuclear programs try to balance it and establish coherence by, I think, doing what we have done, that Pakistan has done, which is that we have obtained the benefits of nuclear energy and minimized the costs in terms of negative impact on society, the risks of radiation or the risks of radioactivity of all kinds. So we have done that to the extent that has been possible for us to do. So I think Pakistan has acted very responsibly in dealing with nuclear energy. Good. So Afira, do we have any more time, or are we ready to close the session?
I guess we can take one more question if you want.
Yeah, there is one other question. This question reads, being the part of global energy mix, what are the responsibilities of big powers like the US and Japan, etc.? Now, actually, the question should be addressed by Americans or Japanese, but I think one of us could give a comment or give an answer. So, whoever wishes to take this question is welcome to do so.
I think the question is that what is the responsibility of the big countries?
Yeah.
I think they are more confused than we are in a number of ways. Japan has shut down all of its nuclear power plants. And because of that, they cannot meet their CO2 limits. And because of that, their import of oil has increased to $35 billion a year. That is Japan. In USA, they got a good gift from God when they got this shale gas and other things. And therefore, they can have a lot of energy without really having to rely on the Arabs. And at the same time, without bothering about nuclear. Right now, there are about 90 plus nuclear power plants operating in the United States. All of them are more than 30 years old. Some are more than 40 years old. And only 2 power plants is being constructed. So 20 years from now, there will be no nuclear in the United States if things went then good. Europe is almost doing the same thing. So there's a lot of conflict between what needs to be done, what can be done economically, what people want, how people react. And a lot of time the Japanese tried to start their power plants, but their local agencies, local bodies, they just stopped it. So this is, I think, not a simple matter. Energy is, I think, after maybe direct money, energy is the most important thing. If you don't have energy, if you cannot produce electricity, then probably you can not have growth. But different countries have different perspectives. China is spending a lot of money on renewables. China is then also adding to its coal-fired power plants. India is also adding more coal-fired power plants. In Pakistan, we are also building more, although they are all against this climate change and everything. So there are a lot of factors which are into it: economy, convenience, availability of resource, public response, and therefore countries have to make a policy, but these policies keep changing with time.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very valid reply and comment on the responsibilities of global powers. And I think we are now virtually done. So while Dr. Ansar Parvez is still on the screen, I will just conclude this session, and I will first thank Dr. Ansar Parvez and Mr. Wang Yang Fu for his participation, particularly because he has taken the trouble of giving us a background of Pakistan, China, nuclear cooperation from a perspective of a professional and an expert. I also thank Mr. Imran Iqbal, Mr. Anwar Habib, and Mr. Naveed Maqbool for their very valuable contributions in this discussion. And I think they all have enlightened us by giving their very expert opinions on the subject of nuclear energy, especially nuclear power in the Pakistani economy, Pakistani context. So thank you all, gentlemen. I will conclude this session, and I will pass it on to Afira Firdaus.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Ambassador Naqvi and all panelists for a very fruitful discussion session. We will have a break for 5 minutes before we start our second session. We will resume at 4 p.m. I request all worthy panelists to mute their mics during the break. We will resume at 4. Thank you.
Sir?
Welcome back, everyone. Now we are starting our second session of today's webinar. Second session is on peaceful uses of nuclear and space technologies in Pakistan. Ambassador Qazi Khalilullah, Executive Director, CISS Sindh, will be presiding this session. Before I hand it over to Ambassador Khalilullah, I would like to introduce him to the audience. Ambassador Qazi Muhammad Khalilullah is currently serving as Executive Director, Center for International Strategic Studies, Sindh, since February 2021. He holds master's degree in International Public Policy from School of Advanced International Studies, Johns Hopkins University. He joined Foreign Service of Pakistan in 1985. He held various diplomatic assignments in Pakistan mission abroad, such as Russia, Turkmenistan, Ukraine, and permanent mission of Pakistan to the United Nations in Geneva. He served as ambassador to Myanmar, Cuba, and the Russian Federation. He also served as spokesperson of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 2015 to 2016. Ambassador Qazi, can you hear me? So can you hear me, please?
Yes, I can.
So over to you.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, but kindly turn your video on if you want to. Yes, sir.
Is it okay now? Not yet.
Qazi Sahab. काजी साहब अभी नहीं है
सर आई एम ट्राइंग
अच्छा अच्छा ठीक है करें करें पहले तो आपका आया हुआ था
maybe you can check on your end also because
भाई इनका कैमरा नहीं ऑन हुआ है आप देखें आ गया
यस सर
वेलकम अब आप टेक ओवर प्लीज टेक ओवर द प्रोसीडिंग
well thank you sir and thank you Afira for the introduction dear speakers and distinguished guests, welcome to session 2 of the webinar on peaceful uses of nuclear and space technologies in Pakistan. Let me, at the outset, share with you that Center for International Studies, Sindh, was established recently in February this year. Our participation in this webinar as co-host with CIS is in fact our first participation in any event. We have 4 speakers in this session. However, before I offer floor to them, allow me to share my thoughts with you. It has been nearly 6 decades since Pakistan embarked upon its nuclear and space programs for scientific research and applications for socio-economic development and welfare of its people. Since then, our nuclear and space programs have made significant contributions to socio-economic development of the country. However, the potential that nuclear and space technologies offer for the future is enormous. With the help of IAEA, Pakistan has been able to harness nuclear technologies since 1960s. Notably, the first establishment of PAEC was a nuclear medical center in 1962. By 1973, PAEC had established 4 well-equipped nuclear medical centers, one each at Karachi, Multan, Lahore, and Jamshoro. Today, PAEC operates 18 medical centers all over Pakistan, where over 1 million cancer patients, are treated annually. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Right.
We are clear.
Ever since, nuclear technology has been harnessed in diverse areas like food production, cash crops, power production, industry, R&D, underground water evaluation, etc. Nuclear applications in Pakistan are directly relevant to the achievement of 11 out of the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals. In Pakistan, nuclear power is contributing about 7 to 8% in electricity generation at competitive rates and in a reliable manner. This share is projected to increase in the future. At the global level, nuclear energy now provides about 10% of the world's electricity from about 440 power reactors. Pakistan is currently operating 5 civil power generation reactors, with the 6th K2 also connected to the national grid and awaiting formal inauguration in the next few days. At the global level, nuclear power plants are operational in 31 countries worldwide. Pakistan is proud to be one among them. Pakistan is operating all of its civil nuclear power generation reactors under IAEA safeguards. We are maintaining excellent standards of nuclear safety and security, a fact duly recognized by IAEA. PAEC has established 4 agriculture and biotechnology centers. These centers are making valuable contribution to the agriculture and livestock sectors. Likewise, SUPACO has made steady progress since its inception in terms of space research and application. The focus of Pakistan's national space program is the pursuit of sustainable socio-economic progress. At present, Pakistan has 4 operational satellites in space, including 2 communication satellites and 2 remote sensing satellites. According to SUPARCO, Pakistan's remote sensing satellite PRSS-1 is tailored to meet Pakistan's needs for high-resolution imagery required by users for socio-economic development of the country, especially in the fields of land mapping, agriculture, classification and assessment, urban and rural planning, environmental monitoring, natural disaster monitoring and management, water resource management, and many other applications. PRSS-1 imagery is also being used for monitoring and planning mega infrastructure development projects under CPEC. To date, more than 250 imaging operations have been performed, and Earth imagery of around 650,000 square kilometers area has been acquired. Park Test 1A, the first indigenous 300 kg class Earth observation satellite, is Pakistan's technology evaluation remote sensing satellite. It was co-launched with PRSS-1. in 2018. The data acquired through Pakistan's 2 communication satellites is being used in diverse fields such as urban planning, transport, water resource management, agriculture, public health, disaster management, etc. Given the extensive socio-economic development applications of the nuclear and space technologies, and the role of science, technology, and innovation in general as an enabler for the achievement of SDGs, international cooperation in peaceful uses of nuclear and space technologies becomes a global good. Undue restrictions on access to technologies and equipment tantamount to the denial of the right to development. Pakistan strongly feels that the international export control regimes should be made more inclusive and rules-based with non-discriminatory criteria for access to dual-use technologies for peaceful uses. Given Pakistan's adherence to guidelines and control lists of the NSG, MTCR, and Australia Group, and Pakistan's compliance with IAEA safeguards, as well as excellent record of nuclear safety and security, we qualify for the membership of the international export control regimes. In conclusion, let me say that Pakistan, with established supply capabilities in respect of items and services on the control list of the international export control regimes in the NSC and other regimes, will further the objectives of these regimes. With these opening remarks, which I hope have set the tone for this session, let me invite our first speaker, Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, former DG International Affairs, Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. Dr. Imtiaz got his PhD from University of Manchester Institute of Science and Technology on a merit scholarship from Government of Pakistan while working with PAEC. During his career, he also worked as a special advisor to the President of Pakistan on strategic national issues to provide technical support. He also assisted in planning and establishing the Global Change Impact Studies Center and worked as its first project director. He worked in many positions in PAEC, including Director, Chairman, Secretariat. He was Director General, International Affairs from 2015 to 2021, looking after PAEC's dealings with international organizations, disarmament affairs, safeguard issues, and international training. He was awarded Sitare Imtiaz by Government of Pakistan in 2018 for his services. Dr. Imtiaz Sahab, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Qazi Khalilullah. Let me on the onset make it clear that my presentation was part of the first session, and because Dr. Ansar Parvez had another engagement, so it was shifted. So I'm not talking about the nuclear technology and global socio-economic development with respect to Pakistan, but with respect to the global socio-economic development. Distinguished participants, experts, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. The effective utilization of any technology depends on the understanding of its underlying scientific principles. Nuclear science is the understanding of the universe, our world, and ourselves at the atomic level. It is for this reason that nuclear science is at the heart of many modern technologies that affect all aspects of our life. Unfortunately, nuclear science and technology faces many acceptance challenges due to the misconception and lack of education in the public due to the military use of nuclear science and technology in the beginning. In my short talk, I will try to illustrate to you a few areas in which nuclear science and technology are playing a major role and are making large contribution in socio-economic development at the global level. The first and the foremost human requirement is food. According to the Food and Agriculture Organization of UN FAO, and I quote, some of the most innovative ways being used to improve agricultural practices involves nuclear technology. And in recognition of this, FAO and the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, set up a joint division of atomic energy in food and agriculture. The reliance on technology increases when the resources are scarce. With the increase of world population, nuclear science and technology has become central to food security. Development of new and improved crop varieties with higher yield that can be grown in less time and are resistant to disease is the need of the hour. This is accomplished through the radiation mutation breeding. Hundreds of new varieties are developed all over the world using mutation breeding. Besides, modern farming methods require special traits of the produce so that mechanized farming methods can be applied at the harvest time. You may have realized that the tomatoes that we eat are now harder. This is basically because for application of harvesting technique, mechanical harvesting, you require harder skills. So these are some of the traits that are built into the produce so that they can be harvested mechanically. These traits are also developed through mutation breeding. Intensive farming methods are applied as food demands increases. This results in soil degradation and requires efficiency in water application and management. To study fertilizer uptake and soil fertility, nitrogen-15 labeling is utilized. Nuclear instruments like neutron probes measure moisture very accurately and are widely used for water application efficiencies. Livestock is a major food component. Nuclear technologies are used in many areas of livestock production. Isotopic methods are used to monitor reproductive status, leading to better breeding management. Nuclear techniques are also finding extensive use in livestock disease diagnosis. Insects and pests lead to substantial produce loss, an estimated 10 to 30% annually. The conventional chemical treatments used to control such insects often creates environmental pollution and even toxic residue in food chain. Integrated pest management technologies for insect pest control with male sterilization technique STI produces good results. About 25 to 30% of food harvested is lost as a result of spoilage. More than 60 countries have introduced regulations allowing the use of irradiation for food product preservation. After provision of food, health is the most important area for human development. In the field of nuclear medicine is now an integral part of healthcare throughout the world. Doctors use dozens of different isotopes in both diagnostic and therapeutic procedures, creating images of blood vessels, brains, kidneys, hearts, and other internal organs, and helping to destroy harmful growths. Even a small amount of radiation is easily detectable. Researchers have also developed techniques using radioisotopes as a kind of label to tag and trace individual molecules. This labeling has provided particularly effective in study of genetics by making it possible to identify individual DNA letters of the genetic code. Radiation continues to be a mainstay of cancer treatment worldwide and has evolved to the use of pharmaceuticals, drugs that deliver appropriate dose of radiation to specific organs. With the advent of theranostics, the role of nuclear medicine in cancer in the advanced stage has enormously expanded. Because of the wide use of nuclear techniques in cancer treatment, besides the wide use of nuclear technique in cancer treatment, it is now well established worldwide. Stable isotopes are now being used for non-invasive determination of early cancer markers before even the advent of the disease. Stable isotopes are also being used for better understanding of nutrition absorption in the body and for studies in breastfeeding practices, etc. worldwide. Hospitals use gamma radiation to sterilize medical products and supplies such as syringes, gloves, clothing, and instruments that would otherwise be damaged by conventional sterilization. Sterilization by radiation is safer, cheaper, and because it can be done after the item is packed. Nuclear technology is synonymous with nuclear power. Nuclear power plants offer a steady, cost-effective, and reliable supply of electricity. The output of NPPs are independent of seasonal daily weather changes, unlike the renewable resources. Nuclear power also provides energy security, as the fuel of 2 to 3 years of plant operation is conveniently stored at the plant site. Although nuclear power now provides about 10% of Earth electricity, it accounts for more than 30% of low-carbon electricity of the world. Among the global resources, fresh water is the most critical for life. Life, environment, and industry. More importantly, there is no substitute for water. Nuclear technology provides a means of better management of this vital resource. Stable and radioactive isotopes are used in the study of groundwater, dynamics, origin of water, surface and recharge mechanism of underground aquifers, and much more throughout the world. Nuclear techniques use stable isotopes using stable isotopes provide information on source of moisture, the age of ice, and meltwater at glaciers, as well as runoff analysis. Isotopic techniques help to determine leakages from reservoirs and lakes, as well as determining the source of salinization of groundwater, etc. Isotopes are also used in tracking water pollutants and assessment of food chain components. In addition, nuclear power plants can also produce fresh water by desalination of seawater at a very low cost. Thus, nuclear science and technology plays a vital role in water resource conservation management throughout the world. As many presenters have said, climate change has been identified as the greatest challenge facing the world. This change is mainly due to global warming. The warming is attributed to the higher concentration of greenhouse gases, mainly carbon dioxide in the atmosphere due to industrial activity and fossil fuel use. Climate change is making wide-ranging impact on frequency of extreme events like floods and droughts. The agricultural zones are shifting northwards. As a result, agricultural productivity is decreasing. Coastal regions are subject to increased erosion and seawater intrusion. Climate is now also having adverse effect on health and environment. Nuclear science and technology has threefold application in the area of climate change. One, less known, is the application of nuclear science for the study of past climate and the study of the complex natural climatic processes. This information and past data is required to develop and validate the climate models that are used to make future climate projections. Second, direct mitigation in the form of reduced GHG emissions, which many presenters have already elucidated. Application of nuclear science in agriculture results in decrease in emission of methane, which is another potent greenhouse gas. Thirdly, adaptation to climate change. Development of appropriate crop varieties able to grow at higher temperatures. Also important is the utilization of in situ nuclear diagnostic techniques to improve efficiencies of industrial processes that are energy intensive. This is because radiation has the ability to penetrate matter. Industrial measurements can be made using radioisotopes without the need of direct physical contact of either the source or the sensor. Nuclear technology in the form of modern non-destructive testings are used in many safety and reliability in the assessment of industrial units. These include nuclear techniques like radiographic testing, computed radiography, and computed tomography, etc. Radio tracers play a vital role in oil recovery in oil fields. Radiation-initiated cross-linking can be used to tailor polymers as well as for the degradation of plastics. In summary, I have tried in a short time to present a flavor of some of the uses of nuclear science and technology in service of humanity. let me thank CISS for arranging this seminar and giving me the opportunity to present my views. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, for sharing your valuable thoughts and comments with us on nuclear technology and global socio-economic development. We were aware of the fact that you were shifted from session 1 to our session, but we are glad to welcome you and thank you for being with us. I would now offer the floor to Mr. Zafar Iqbal, acting member, Space Applications and Research Wing, SUPACO. He will speak on satellite imagery to achieve sustainable development goals. Mr. Zafar Iqbal is an electrical engineer by profession and is currently acting member Space Applications and Research at SUPACO headquarters in Islamabad. He has vast experience of satellite ground station operations as well as application of satellite technology both in national security and socio-economic domains. Currently, he is supervising several projects with federal and provincial ministries in the remote sensing domain. He has a few international research publications also to his credit. You have the floor, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected chair, distinguished participants, Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. First of all, let me say thank you to the management of CISS for arranging this conversation on an all-important subject of sustainable development. This is really encouraging and commendable, and I hope the deliberation at this wider wisdom forum would strengthen the much-needed science policy interface at national level. I would like to congratulate PAEC management and our Chinese partner on inauguration of CANAP 2. And furthermore, I would also like to congratulate our Chinese friends on successful recent launch of scientific probe to Mars. This is indeed an enormous achievement and would pave way for the future space explorations. The Sustainable Development Goals are adopted by all UN member states in 2015 as a universal call to action to end the poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people enjoy peace and prosperity by year 2030. SPARCO has been coordinating with the national and international organizations such as UNESCAP for the development of space-based solutions to achieve these SDGs. Since space is inherently global, Earth observation from space enables the effective monitoring of atmospheric conditions and characteristics of Earth's surface. The synoptic, spectral, structural, and location-specific and repetitive coverage of Earth's surface helps in monitoring of the current state and predicts long-term trends of the development. The information is used to help formulate appropriate actions to take pragmatic decisions in achieving these SDGs directly or indirectly. As almost all of the SDGs have interlinkages, hence some same set of images from space can be utilized in several interventions required for implementation of these SDGs. Over the past decade, a renewed and expanding interest in the practical applications of Earth observation from space and airborne platform has coincided with and have been fueled by changes in the data and how we use this data. There have been significant improvements in the availability of remote sensing data and in their spectral and spatial resolution. In addition, the data can be adapted for more varied uses because of the extension and advancement of complementary spatial data technologies such as GIS and GPS. Pakistan continued dependence on agriculture, its exposure to natural hazards, its fast-growing cities, and its border disputes create a wide range of needs where GIS and space applications can be very helpful. Considering these needs, SPARCO has included Earth Observation Satellite Program as an important element in its national space program. SPARCO is making significant utilization of its current space assets and has developed various applications to support the socio-economic development to help achieve the SDGs in Pakistan. A space plus concept would be required to enable space application and geospatial information services to contribute to the fullest extent to achieve the regional roadmap for implementing the Sustainable Development Agenda 2030. Sir, as you know, Pakistan is experiencing quite a large number of socio-economic challenges. The major concerns remain in the following sectors, that is food security, water resource management, natural hazards, environment pollution and deforestation, urbanization and land use planning, and land degradation. The need to generate information on natural resources at national and provincial level with unprecedented level of thematic details, accuracy, flexibility, and currency of data can assist in coping socio-economic challenges. Some of the areas where satellite applications have shown promising results are agriculture, natural resource management, land use planning, environmental monitoring, disaster monitoring and management. Few reflections, what we are doing at SPARCO in this regard. I would now apprise the forum about these reflections. First one is the agriculture. As you know, spectral analysis of high resolution satellite images enables the monitoring of crop vegetation indices for different fields, as well as identification and tracking of positive and negative dynamics of crop development. All these techniques, when integrated in a decision-making process, may inform of the necessity of specific agriculture interventions in particular field zones. SPARCO has over the years established a large data sets and geodatabase related to the agriculture resources and its parameterization. Hence, it is effectively utilized in achieving the SDGs related to the poverty, alleviation, zero hunger, good health, and well-being, water, and climate action. A new project with the elaborated scope titled Geospatial Monitoring of Major and High-Value Crop has started this year in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Food and Security Research. Major crops include wheat, rice, sugarcane, cotton, maize, and potato, while high-value crops including mung, beans, rapeseed, mustard, chilies, bananas, and mango would also be monitored through satellite images. Furthermore, SPARCO has initiated a pilot project for data-driven smart decision platform for increased agriculture productivity. The project is a pilot scale study with an aim to support stakeholders through precise, innovative digital techniques in the domain of precision agriculture to achieve profitable and sustainable agriculture in the country. It will follow an integrated approach for digitizing agriculture through the use of AI and machine learning algorithms, Internet of Things, satellite and UAVs equipped with hyperspectral and LiDAR, microwave, and thermal sensors. Last year, SPARCO also provided support to the Department of Plant Protection, Ministry of Food and Food Security and Research in identification of locust hotspots. For this purpose, a geospatial locust habitat technique was employed to identify the possible geographical areas with lowest to highest probability of locust presence. This criteria included the environmental variables, surface temperature, soil, rainfall, wind speeds, and other ecological parameters, especially derived from the satellite images. Habitat suitability maps were generated using this model. These maps indicated areas with most and moderate and normal conditions for the locust existence. So satellites are reliable, rapid Earth observation tools for green stock assessment and quantifying the carbon stocks. SPARCO has built the capacity of provincial and federal departments in satellite-based forest monitoring. The recent project was the Billion Tree Afforestation Project in KP, where SPARCO provided the monitoring services to the provincial government. SPARCO has been actively supporting all initiatives regarding the reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, which is called RED+. These activities are being carried in collaboration with the Ministry of Climate Change. SPARCO is also carrying out a project with the Asia Pacific Space Cooperation Organization, APSCO, on forest carbon stock assessment using geospatial technologies. Similarly, another project in the field of mangrove monitoring from space is recently kicked off with the cooperation of APSCO member states. In this project, satellite images of synthetic aperture radar and hyperspectral would be used to provide a synoptic view, multi-temporal coverage, and multispectral library of the whole range of wavelengths from the visible to microwave wavelengths. This project would directly and indirectly contribute in SDGs related to ecosystem services, zero hunger, climate change, and other related SDGs. We're coming to the disaster management. Since satellite images are vital to help generate a quick footprint of the disaster, Pakistan has been making significant utilization of space and GIS technologies for disaster risk reduction and sustainable development in the country. Space technology is being used to mitigate the effects of floods through provision of timely satellite data and situation updates to the federal and provincial disaster management authorities. As a peacetime activity for this disaster management, SPARCO has recently initiated a project of national catastrophic modeling. This is being done with the National Disaster Risk Management Fund. The main component of this project includes flood, droughts, earthquakes, cyclone, probabilistic hazard assessment, exposure and vulnerability assessment, and financial risk assessment and development of spatial databases and web portal. In addition, this project would also assess the impact of climate change on flood, drought, and cyclone hazard frequency and magnitude. This project would eventually will provide the quantitative information on expected level of losses for hazard events of varying types, intensities, and return periods. And this project would provide the basis for a national DRF strategy for Pakistan in future. So coming to environmental monitoring, SDGs have direct relevance with our environment we live in, work with. Space technologies such as remotely sensed data have enhanced our scientific understanding of natural environment. SPARCO is applying remote sensing data and state-of-the-art survey techniques in studying the environmental parameters with special emphasis on environmental impact assessment. Some of the relevant area in this domain cover the marine ecology, coastal zone mapping, monitoring, and management of urban environment. So, the coastal areas and inland of Pakistan are highly affected and vulnerable to climate change owing to the development of storms and cyclonic activities, sea rise, land subsidence, and sea intrusion. In this regard, SPARCO is co-executing a PSDP-funded project with the National Institute of Oceanography for monitoring the sea intrusion, sea level rise, coastal erosion, and land subsidence using along the coast of Sindh and Balochistan. This project would encompass the identification of cause and effects of seawater intrusion, sea level rise, and land subsidence in order to develop mitigation strategies. In the last session, Mr. Imran has talked about the glacier studies. We have developed a comprehensive inventory of around 6,668 glaciers in our northern highland. And this was developed in collaboration with the Institute of Tibetan Plateau, China. And 11 scientific expeditions have been undertaken in this HKH region. And SPARCO is also developing a full-fledged state-of-the-art flagship stations for research studies in the climate and cryosphere in Gilgit-Baltistan. So coming to the capacity building. As you know, the key barrier to the transforming data and images into meaningful information is the limited understanding of how to convert measurements from space into information of ecological, economic, social infrastructure, environmental, or administrative value. Beside our all efforts to provide services to national and international organizations in this domain, SPARCO has also instilled a spirit of use of satellite remote sensing through imparting full spectrum training and capacity building of national and international organizations in the field of SRS and GIS. Annual short-term training courses, webinars, and workshops are regularly conducted in this regard. Sir, with the development of our own remote sensing space assets, the progressive nature of the RS trend poses an immediate need of services and application based on satellite remote sensing and GIS through a centralized platform to ensure reliable, cost-effective, and secure satellite-based imagery services and application. In this regard, SPARCO is in the process of establishing an online geospatial platform. We call it Data as a Service, through a PSTP-funded project. This platform would host all kinds of geospatial information exclusively derived from satellite images as an intrinsic component on a uniform georeference grid to perform the on-the-fly analytics by different ministries and governments by coupling their own contextual data. This would further promote the use of satellite resources for Earth observation applications in socioeconomic development. Finally, I would like to inform this August forum that SPARCO as a national space agency encourages balanced participation of both men and women in various advanced space technology programs. As of now, more than 200 women are working in SPARCO on different projects, various projects. My final recommendations. Integrated use of space application and available enabling technologies needs consideration as a mainstream tool in development planning. SPARCO has the appropriate facilities to acquire, process, and disseminate the satellite and other value-added products. SPARCO also has an adequate knowledge base in the field of space application and foreign-trained HR in the field of geoinformatics, hydrology, flood modeling, geology, forestry, and climatology. SPARCO's scientific and technological capacities may be harnessed for beneficial utilization. Technologies and innovation are central to the long-term economic growth. The future use of space will be marked by an increased emphasis on the practical applications. Sino-POC cooperation can play an important role in realizing these objectives. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Zafar Iqbal, for your very comprehensive presentation. As we all know, Pakistan attaches a lot of importance to achievement of sustainable development goals, and both SUPACO and PAEC have made appreciable contribution towards their achievement. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Pervez Butt, former chairman, PAEC. He will speak on nuclear power and Pakistan's energy mix. Mr. Pervez Butt served as chairman PAEC from 2001 to 2006. He graduated in nuclear engineering from University of Toronto in 1965. After joining PAEC, he was involved in design phase of Pakistan's first commercial nuclear power plant in Karachi. He also worked in the design engineering at the GE Canada, where he was involved in overall design of nuclear power plants. As Director General of Nuclear Power Division at the PAEC, and later its member power, Mr. Pervez Butt oversaw the design phase and construction of the Chashma nuclear power plant. In recognition of his services to the nation, Mr. Pervez Butt was awarded Nishan-e-Imtiaz in 2015, Hilal-e-Imtiaz in 1999, and Sitare-e-Imtiaz in 1993 by the government of Pakistan. You have the floor, Mr. Pavez Bhatt, and we would be happy to listen to you on the topic that is assigned to you. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. Kazi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thank you for your introduction. It's a pleasure to be in this meeting, in this group. And I've heard all the presentations, excellent presentations on this subject. I left the Atomic Energy Commission way back in 2006. So my relationship with the Atomic Energy Commission is quite old. But I keep up with, I was Secretary Science and Technology and member Energy in the Planning Commission. After that, my interest has been nuclear power. I was recruited by the then Dr. Usmani in 1965, and he asked me that I should work on nuclear power plants. And we signed the first contract in 25th December 1965 with Canadian General Electric to set up the Karachi nuclear power plant. Imagine in 1965, a year after India signed their nuclear power plant, made their nuclear power, we signed a contract to set up a nuclear power plant in Pakistan. CANUP is still operating, and it is still operating, as has been pointed out, because in spite of embargoes in 1974 by the international community, we supply our own spare parts, and I was responsible for that as member energy, member power in the Planning Commission. I started and I constructed all these workshops and factories with spare parts and replacement equipment. My subject today is energy mix. And since I have 10 minutes, I will show you my presentation that I had made in 2013 at Stanford University. I have selected this presentation because at that time I had made this presentation in Vienna to show to the world. Yeah, to show to the world that nuclear power is required by the Atomic Energy Commission and that we must operate nuclear power plants and build them. So this is a presentation. I will skip through unnecessary slides. I will only concentrate and stop on slides which are relevant to the subject that I'm going to speak about, and that is this is the history of atomic Pakistan, industry in Pakistan. This graph shows how nuclear power in the world has developed. As you can see, the energy supply and the supply. So there's, I don't have the time to go into details, but this is the supply of world energy supply graph that I prepared at that time. This is the electricity generation by fuel in 2010. At the end of this presentation, I will show the latest figures. But in 2010, Pakistan nuclear and imported electricity generation was hardly 3.3%. Later on, I will show you more details about this. This is the world situation of nuclear and coal and hydro and the emissions that are generated. This is, I can't see the top of the slide. Okay. Affordable electricity tariff. Can we go back? Yeah. Yeah, this is the tariff in 2010. As you can see, the Pakistani electricity generation cost was very low as compared to USA, Germany, UK, but our ability to purchase is also lower, so it is low. I will show the latest figures on at the end of the presentation. The world average of, I will skip this. Yeah. Power generation in Pakistan grew from 60 megawatts to 2000, sorry, to 22,000 megawatts in 2012, and it is quite high now also. Um, this is what it was in 2010, 2012. So I'll skip this slide also. This is a map of Pakistan at that time, which showed how much electricity was being consumed. The lighter lights are the electricity lighting of that area. Now, this is Pakistan. As you can see, we have mountains in the north and the sea in the south and the ocean in the south, and water flows down. So I have always been saying that we should use every foot of water that it goes down to generate electricity. And mashallah, we have a large number of hydropower stations that have been built, beginning from Warsak, Tarbela, and so on. This is the grid. As you can see, the demand of electricity is in the south and in the north of Punjab and NWFP. In the central areas, the demand is relatively less. So we depend on a grid. We should take the electricity from one place to the consumers, from the place of generation. This is the graph of
ओहो 9 में तो गिर गया.
I'm sorry, I don't have the. Okay, yeah, this is the economic development. It shows the GDP, the energy supply, and electricity generation. This graph shows how your GDP will improve if you have electricity demand increases. So we need to have enough electricity, cost-effective electricity for the country to develop and for the GDP to increase. Yeah. This is a graph again which shows the power generation and demand capacity. I don't have to go into details. Yeah, this is the electricity mix. In 2012, we were consuming gas to generate 29% of our electricity. And our hydroelectricity was 30%, and nuclear and oil was 36%. Nuclear was only 5.5% and coal 0.1%. So this is what the situation was in 2010. This was the mix in 2012. And here I show in this graph the seasonability of hydropower. You know, the hydropower is generated in Pakistan by the flow of the rivers. And the flow in the rivers goes up when the rain falls and the snow melts, and then it goes down to virtually very little amount in winter when there is no snow melt and no rainfall in the mountain. That is at the bottom of the graph that you see. So we need to generate electricity which is available all the year round, and nuclear power plays a role in this. This is the consumers of electricity. It's a graph. I don't have to go into details. This is this is this is gas that consumption that has increased in our country. This is tariff, electricity tariff. As you can see, nuclear power, Chashma nuclear power was amongst the lowest in electricity generation. Chashma nuclear power 1 and 2 in the year in 2010. It is still very low. I will show those details later on. Wabda hydropower is less cheaper, and gas we cost it low. We can charge more per cubic feet of gas, but the government has decided to charge low so that for the welfare of the people, because it is used domestically also. Next, this is an important how the power plants operate in the country. In the year 2012, the best operating power plants, the highest capacity factor of all the power plants were the green ones that you can see. Chashma 1 and 2, the green one, they are available for 92% of the time, 84% of the time, 80% of the time, as compared to others. So this is a graph which shows that nuclear power plants are doing very well in Pakistan, mashallah. This is again details of nuclear power plants history. Generation options that we have coal from Thar, which we use as base load, nuclear as base load. We talked about my previous speakers talked about base load nuclear. Hydro is seasonable, and renewables are when the wind blows, the electricity will be generated, and when the sun shines, only then the solar electricity will be generated. So we need base load electricity. Of course, we need wind and solar, but as a basic base load, we need power plants like nuclear power plants. This map shows the energy power generation capacity. I will not go into the details. Now PAEC, I have been asked to speak about the mix, so I'll go to that. This is about Chestnut. I will just spend a minute over here. We started supplying equipment to a setup being established in Switzerland, and we got the Best Suppliers Award. We manufactured equipment for them and supplied it to that facility in Geneva. Now I will come to this is all the sources of, now I will talk about embargoes. When the embargoes were applied on Pakistan by the international community, it actually helped us because we then learned how to build things ourselves. We established manufacturing facilities, and it encouraged us to do things ourselves. And self-reliance was a result of embargoes. Had embargoes not been applied, if you go back, we may not have developed our indigenous capability as much as we did ourselves. Now I will come to the mix. This is the Pakistan's installed electricity generation capacity in hydro, as of March 2021, hydro is 9,874 megawatts. Oil and gas is 21,000 megawatts. And coal is 4,600 megawatts. And nuclear is 2,530 megawatts. It is 66.3% of the total electricity generated in Pakistan in the year March 2021. This is the in gigawatt hours. You know, megawatts is the installed capacity, and gigawatt hours is the quantity of electricity which is generated. Again, hydro is 37,000 gigawatt hours. Gas is 27,000 gigawatt hours. Oil is now it has reduced to about 8,000 gigawatt hours, and coal is 26,000. We are generating coal, and nuclear electricity has increased to about 10,000 megawatts. That is gigawatt hours. That is about 7.3%. The Atomic Energy Commission is now in the process of setting up more nuclear power plants, inshallah, and it will be generating more electricity. K2 will be inaugurated in the next few days, and it will be a story of success. From 1960s to 2020, we have now well-established nuclear energy mix, a portion in the nuclear energy, a portion in the total generation of electricity in Pakistan, and it will inshallah increase. I think we have to encourage development of more nuclear power plants in Pakistan because they are clean. They do not generate carbon dioxide or the gases that we talk about. And the nuclear power plants can be indigenized. We are already I remember the day we signed the Chashma nuclear power plant contract in Beijing, and I will narrate this in a minute. When we signed that contract in the morning, in the evening, we signed a contract to supply some equipment manufactured in Pakistan to be used and installed at the Chashma unit number 1. And then we have been indigenizing more and more. So it has been, we must encourage nuclear power to play a greater role in the electricity generation of mix of Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your very comprehensive presentation supported by facts and figures. The slides were very interesting, and it was heartening to see that the share of nuclear power in Pakistan's energy mix has increased from 0.6% in 2000 to more than 7% in 2020. And with the addition of K3 next year, it will increase further. Our last speaker today is Dr. Masoodul Hassan, Member Science, Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. He will speak on the topic of Pakistan's achievements in nuclear technology in non-power sectors. Dr. Masoodul Hassan is currently serving as Member Science at PAEC. He got his PhD in Material Science from Department of Material Science and Metallurgy, University of Cambridge. He has published more than 50 international papers on the subject. He has served PAEC in various capacities for more than 3 decades in the fields of condensed matter physics and nuclear engineering. As Member Science, he is responsible for the research and development institutions, atomic energy, cancer hospitals, and agriculture sectors of PAEC. Dr. Masood Saab, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair of the session, Ambassador Qazi
Khalilullah Sahab, participants of the webinar. I'm the last speaker of the webinar, and I can take some liberty to take more time than 10 minutes, but it's lots of time has already lapsed, so I will try to finish in 10 minutes. I've been given the topic of non-power sector achievements of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission, and that includes peaceful uses of atoms in health sector, agriculture and biotechnology sectors, and basically research sectors. Can you share my presentation, please? Next, please. Next.
उसे कर लो ना डाउन से एरो से करो ना एरो से कर
Okay, so I will be talking peaceful uses of atoms in health sector, agriculture sectors, and research sectors. Next. Can you see my presentation, Qazi sir?
No, sir, not as yet.
Okay. Give me a minute. We will share it with you. Share.
दो विंडो में ले आना
Can you see the presentation now?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and thank you very much. So next, please. I said I will be talking about use of atoms in health sector, agriculture sectors, and basic research and development. Mainly, I will be talking about the research reactors. As far as health, many speakers have mentioned this. Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission operates 18 medical centers. We have 6 centers in Punjab, 5 medical centers in Sindh, 5 medical centers in KPK, 1 medical centers in Balochistan, and now we have our presence in Gilgit and Baltistan, and very soon we will be going into the Kashmir area also. We have 2 hospitals which is near completion. One is in Gilgit and one is in Narowal. Next, please. These are the achievements as far as cancer care is concerned. Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission is a pioneer as far as cancer care is concerned. Cancer care, we started this, we entered into cancer care sector in 1960. And PEC is operating about 18 cancer hospitals throughout the country. And PEC cater major cancer burden of the country. Around 40,000 new cancer patients are registered in our hospitals. If you include the follow-up patients, so we cater almost 1 million patients per year. PEC cancer hospitals provide quality services subsidized to affordability. Nearly 70% of the patients are financially supported. Cancer patient welfare societies in all the hospitals provide free of subsidized chemotherapy drugs. These hospitals have state-of-the-art equipments like SPECT, CT, PET CT, we have Linux, we use IGRT, IMRT, and VMAT. These are the techniques, advanced techniques, which is there in our hospitals. PEC has developed the only theranostic facility, and I will take few minutes to explain what theranostic is. We have free lodging and meals for the patients, attendance in the hospital premises. Public awareness events are held frequently and regularly every year, and PEC has established the largest cancer registry in Pakistan. Next, please.
This I've already explained that we 40,000 patients are being registered every year and 1 million patients visit our hospitals. Radionuclides, diagnostic procedures like bone, renal, GIT, lung, cardiac, FDG, all these procedures are available in our hospitals. As far as radionuclide therapies are concerned, we use iodine therapy, we use lutetium-177 based therapies in our hospitals, radiotherapy with cobalt-60, LENIC, brachytherapy, and very advanced technique, CyberKnife, will be soon available in our centers. Next, please. This is a cancer registry. We gather, collect, and analyze the data about the cancer throughout Pakistan. We have the data available province-wise, even district-wise. And that data really helps us in organizing or in planning for the new hospitals. One can see that in case of female, breast cancer is the most commonly cancer in female, whereas in male, we have a oral cavity cancer, which is prevalent in Pakistan. This type of data is published, and we share this cancer registry with all the provincial setups, in the federal setups, and whosoever needs it, we provide this cancer registry to various hospitals. These are some of the state-of-the-art equipment which are available in our cancer hospitals. We have 50 gamma cameras. Next. We have 18 LENICs. We have next. 2 PET CT scanners, and 2 more PET CT scanners are coming up. One in Islamabad and one in Peshawar Irnam Hospital very soon. Next, please. We have UCT imaging available in our hospitals, and Noori Hospital is going to have a CyberKnife. I said this is a most advanced technique. Pakistan will be having this. This is a remote-controlled machine. It's basically LENIC, but it's equipped with remote control things, and this is the first of its kind, and it will be available soon in Islamabad. I said I will be talking about the theranostic facilities. Theranostic facilities available nowadays in Pakistan. If you Google theranostics, there are different countries in the world who use these theranostic techniques, and now Pakistan is also in the map. What happens is we just label pharmaceutical like PSMA in the case of prostate cancer with the gallium-68, and then we image it. It's a basically diagnostic thing, and then same PSM is labeled with the lutetium or actinium to kill the cancer. So these techniques are available in our hospitals in Lahore and Islamabad. These are the manpower which is there in Pakistan Atomic Energy Hospital's cancer centers. So we have 250 doctors which are experts in diagnostic as well as therapeutic business. So Pakistan Atomic Energy has well-equipped cancer hospitals. We have a pool of experts on this disease and has much more facilities as compared to its neighboring and regional countries, but still it needs to do more. That's DG IAE comment which I am reading. Next is agriculture and biotechnology sector. Agriculture plays a vital role in the economy of Pakistan, and PAC, realizing the importance of research and development in this sector, established 4 agriculture and biotechnology centers in the span of about 30 years. First agriculture center was established in 1962 in Kandojam, Sindh, and 2 centers were set up in Punjab and 1 center in KP. Next, please. This is the area of research in these 4 agriculture centers: development of new crop varieties, pre and post harvest yield losses, animal health and production, utilization of marginal lands, soil, water, and environment management, biotechnology for agriculture. These are the major area of research in these 4 agriculture and biotechnology centers. These centers is not only introduced R&D culture, but have provided long-lasting impact on agriculture productivity. The jump in the cotton production, introduction of Barani wheat varieties, biocontrol technology for the control of insect pests are some of the areas where both social and economic effects are evident. And Pakistan Atomic Energy have developed 125 new crop varieties of major and minor crops. And this amounts to an economic impact of more than 1,200 billion since the inception of these agriculture centers. That's taking care of the farmers and environments. Biocontrol technology is very important, and this is a controlling harmful insects with friendly insects. This reduces the insecticide and pesticides. It health benefits to the farmer also, direct economic saving to farmers, and reduction in the national pesticide import bill. That's the contribution which Pakistan Atomic Energy has done in the field of biocontrol. About 300,000 acres of sugarcane in Sindh province last years have benefited from this technology, and we have this resulted economic benefit of more than 500 million rupees to the farmers of Sindh province. Next. In these centers, we also are using, we are taking care of livestock health and productivity. Development of the animal vaccine and molecular diagnostic techniques are available. We have already developed this HS vaccine, and we will be, inshallah, in the near future, will be producing this foot and mouth vaccine for the animals. And we are also working on the COVID vaccine also. That's our initial stages, but basically our center will be moving in that directions also. This is another contribution of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. This is about the soil, water, and environment management. And the picture on the right is a floating wetland, which our agriculture center has developed. And they basically exploit photoremediation techniques in combination with a specialized bacteria for the contaminants and the pollutants from the soil. This picture is from Wassa sewerage pools. We have also given this technology to the OGDC also. Fertigation, foliar application of nutrients and drip irrigation methodologies have been transferred to the farmers, and economic utilization of marginal lands have been developed in these agriculture centers. Apart from basic R&D and this type of work, we also provide analytical services to the farmers, to the community. These are the examples, and DG IAE visited our lab. This lab is about the veterinary drug residues lab, and it has been recognized as one of the best lab in Pakistan. And we provide these analytical services to the local community and farmers of Pakistan. Okay, lastly, I will be talking about the basic R&D and especially contributions of our premier R&D institute, which is up in Stake. In Pinsik, we have 3 research reactors, PAR 1, 2 research reactors, and 3rd is coming up. So PAR 1 got critical in 1965. This reactor is basically used nowadays for the production of radiopharmaceuticals, which we provide to all our 18 cancer hospitals and other hospitals of the country. We have a smaller reactor in Pinsik, which is PAR 2, That is basically miniaturized neutron source type of reactor, and that is used for the training of the nuclear engineers of Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission. Third reactor, PAR 3, is coming up. Work has been started, and I hope that it will be there in future very soon. And once that reactor will be completed, we will be able to export these radiopharmaceuticals to we will cater not only the needs of Pakistan, but we will export it to other countries also. Next, please. So these are the radiopharmaceutical and cold kits which are produced in pinch stick using reactors. So we produce technetium generator for our own hospitals. We use iodine-131. We also produce lutetium-177 for therapeutic purposes, and we produce cold kits for liver, kidneys, and some other purpose. These are the cold kits which have been approved by the DRAP, and we provide it to our hospitals and other hospitals of the country. This is the picture of integration of PAR 3, which I was talking about, that in near future it will be there, and after that we will be able to produce radioisotopes and many other useful moly facility will also be available there, and that will be we will be able to export these things from Pakistan. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Qazi Sahab, over to you, please.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Masoodul Hasan Saab, for your very enlightening presentation on Pakistan's achievements in nuclear technology in non-power sectors. Unfortunately, the international community focuses more on the military component of Pakistan's nuclear program, ignoring the fact that it is, number one, India specific, and number two, it was undertaken in response to India's nuclear weapons program. So thank you very much for your presentation. Now we are in Q&A or discussion session. Let me share with you the first question that we have received. It's regarding concerns relating to nuclear fuel spent in nuclear power generation, which is hazardous for environment as well as human health. So the question is, how can we ensure environmental safety as well as human health, and how can we protect it from the hazardous effects of spent fuel? I think and it's open to everyone, but perhaps Mr. Pervez Bhatt might want to take this question.
She's unmuted. Okay, that's a good question. People ask that many times, and always we give the example of our Karachi nuclear power plant. All the spent fuel that has been generated by the power plant since it has been operating for 40 so many years is stored in a spent fuel pool, which is, if I remember correctly, about 90 feet long and 30 feet wide, and some 25 feet deep. It is stored there. It is safe. It is flooded with water, and it is lying there. It is generating very, very little heat, and it is safely stored. And similarly, the nuclear fuel that will come out from Chashma nuclear power plants can be stored. So storage of spent fuel from nuclear power plants is a very small activity as compared to what is generated in the atmosphere by burning coal and by burning other fossil fuels. So the storage of nuclear fuel is stored. And in many other countries, this spent fuel is converted into concrete blocks and stored as concrete blocks. And it can lie there for 100,000 years and will not affect anybody. Thank you. Maybe the chairman will like to answer that.
Yes. I think, Assalamu alaikum, Whatsapp and Kai Sahab and all my friends. I think we have a very good storage there for the wet pool is there for the can-up burnt bundles. Now we are shifting after a very intricate sort of the coverage is given there to stop any radiation to reach the people around. So these are being transferred from that wet pool to the dry storage now, and literally kept there for pretty long time. And then it could be a waste, or it could be an asset. If you are going for separation and you are going for the co-processing, and tomorrow that plutonium or uranium can be used in the reactors as well. But that depends on the economy tomorrow, how we are going for that. But at the moment, at our Chashma and Karachi, both sides, we have the wet storage facilities, and we are also developing the casks for that matter. Casks are the big muffled sort of the well-protected vessels in which we store these fuel, and we put it in the dry storage. Thank you very much.
The next question is, what are the weaknesses of and threats faced by Pakistan's space program, and how does Suparco plan to overcome them? So maybe Mr. Zafar Iqbal.
As of now, we do not anticipate any threats regarding our space assets, because we have only 4 assets in space. But in future, our national space program, we are also thinking to have some capabilities like anti-satellite attack capabilities. But as of now, there are no significant threats what we perceive in Suparco. I hope I have answered the question.
There's another question which perhaps you might want to take. What opportunities does space program offer for the youth of Pakistan in the coming days and years?
We have a very good plan for this, our youth in space sector. We have Institute of Space Technology, which runs from graduate to postgraduate level courses, as well as we have a National Center for Remote Sensing and GIS in Karachi that also offers short and medium-term trainings. There is a great potential for this sector. And there are other universities which are offering space science programs, like university in Punjab University is offering remote sensing and GIS space program. NUST is offering remote sensing and GIS space programs. There are a lot of opportunities available right now in Suparco. We also take new inductees from different universities. Over the years, we have talented youth which have been contributing to our ongoing projects.
Thank you. The next question is, does nuclear power generation have a future, or will new technologies of renewable energy be developed in the energy sector, which will have an impact on the demand for nuclear energy? Parvez Bhatt Saab, maybe
Yeah,
answer this question.
I gave that explanation. Renewable energy is solar, water, hydro, and such other facilities. They have their limitations, but you know, you can generate so much of electricity by solar. And what would happen when the rain comes, the solar and the clouds come, and hydro, as I have shown, is cyclic in Pakistan. In winter, it goes down. So nuclear technology is something that can operate around the year. Now, my former colleague, the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission, can give us facts and figures that Chashma nuclear power plant, one of the units, continue to operate continuously for more than 1 year. I think the latest figure he would have. But it is available there. It is not dependent on fuel changes. It can continue to operate for a long period and then shut down for a known period, which is controlled and limited, and then start again and continue to operate without creating any hazards in the atmosphere and so on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The data I have at the global level also supports what you just said, that renewable energy has limitations, and because of that, the share of renewable energy in the global energy mix is on the lower side. For example, in 2018, the share of nuclear power in global energy mix was 10.1%, and that of renewable sources was 7.2%. So, there is still demand for nuclear energy in the world. Please.
Sir, may I add something here?
Please.
Okay. I think one important factor is the Paris Accord regarding the greenhouse gases emission. We want to curtail that to 1.5% emission, the temperature rise of the globe. Then I think one of the biggest solution will be the nuclear, because it will be the base load. And then I have given already during my talk that if you have one plant which is 1,000 megawatt on gas, natural gas, that gives about 4 million tons of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere per year, which is a huge, I think, quantity. So we'll have to go to nuclear if we want to save the planet from greenhouse gases. Thank you.
Well, the next question is, thank you, sir, for your response to this question. The next question is on space technology applications. Why, as a nation, we have not been able to put up a national spatial database infrastructure in place? This needs to be done as soon as possible to ensure better management and planning, ensuring commonality of data amongst all users.
This is very nice question. Yes, you're right. As of now, there is no geospatial platform available in the country. But as you know, in my talk, I have already identified that SPARCO is endeavoring to establish a geospatial platform which would be providing data as a service. Means images would be available on the fly. You can run your own analytics on that platform. This platform is being developed through a PhD project, and hopefully by the end of this year or early next year, this platform would be ready. And initially we would like to give access to this platform to the government agencies, planning commission, federal ministries, provincial departments, and in the later stages we would open it to the public as well. And we are working on this.
Well, last question, because then we would be running out of time. You would overshoot the allotted time. What is the future of nuclear power in Pakistan? I'm sure the person who has asked this question has in mind that under CPEC we have a lot of power projects. So would they in due course are going to have any impact on the future of nuclear power in Pakistan? Parvez Bhatt Sahab?
I think if the chairman of the Atomic Energy Commission is still online, he has the latest figures, so maybe he can give the answers. Answer to this.
Thank you, Varsam. While on your behalf, we are your students. Actually, sir, the future of nuclear is bright here in Pakistan. In the energy mix, we'll have to go for that because you see, it is cheaper as well. It looks because the capital cost is higher, but if we see the fuel cost in the cost of the unit, it's 10% compared to the fuel of fossil or other things, which comes to the 50% to 60%. So one thing is economical. Second, it is reliable and base load. And third, it is cleaner. As I have earlier said, that it will be, if we are signatory of the Paris Accord, and we have to control the greenhouse gases, we'll have to go for nuclear. We always believe that there should be energy mix. The other things should also be there, but we must have the energy mix, and the nuclear should have a 15 to 20% of the installed capacities, and the installation should be there. So I see the future of nuclear is very good in Pakistan, and we will be coming with C5. Then we have in plan, we have already characterized certain areas, and we will be going for that. Thank you, sir.
And I would like to add that the example, the nuclear power plants being operated by the Atomic Energy Commission in Pakistan are operating at such high capacity and are so reliable. And this is, I think, one of the biggest things that speak for nuclear power. They are available and they are operating at, according to international, better than international standards.
Sir, if sir, अगर cost पे भी आए हम, तो चश्मा 1 जो है इस वक्त 6.58 per unit पे दे रहा है grid को. So this is a very cheap energy that way. When we pay back our loans, then it becomes very cheap. So I think the capital cost is there, but the subsequently it's a cheaper energy.
Well, thank you very much for taking this question and clarifying the issues. I personally learned a lot from you because all of you have vast experience of serving in the field. So it was very enlightening for me to listen to you. With that, we have come to the end of the session. Let me therefore express our profound gratitude to the distinguished speakers and guests. I'm particularly grateful to the speakers, Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, Dr. Zafar Iqbal, Mr. Parvez Bhatt, and Mr. Masoodul Hassan for taking time to be with us and for sharing their valuable thoughts on the peaceful uses of nuclear and space technologies in Pakistan. A lot has already been said during this webinar about China-Pakistan relations and collaboration between the two countries in the nuclear and space fields. Joining everyone, and on behalf of everyone, we also want to express our gratitude to China for their wholehearted cooperation with Pakistan in all fields of mutual interest. China, no doubt, has made significant contributions to Pakistan's efforts for socio-economic development. In conclusion, a word of appreciation for PAEC and SUPACO. Their role and achievements, which were highlighted by all the speakers throughout this webinar, were really heartening. There's hardly anything that I can add. But let me say that the nation is proud of the achievements of these two great institutions of Pakistan. Well done, PAEC and SUPACO. Keep it up.
Thank you very much.
I also want to thank CIS for hosting this very valuable seminar in partnership with us. Thank you very much, Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi. And also, I would like to express our gratitude to your team who were visible during this seminar, particularly Afisa Firdaus. Thank you very much for helping us. Thank you very much for your assistance to me prior to the webinar. I much appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
In conclusion, I would request all of you to join me in a big hand for Pakistan-China cooperation in nuclear and space technologies, PAEC and SUPACO. Well, thank you from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ambassador Kazi. Thank you, Ambassador Kazi, for your remarks.
Hello.
I thank all the panelists. So can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can.
Okay. I thank all the panelists for very interesting discussion during the session. I finally call upon Ambassador Ali Sarwar Naqvi to conclude the webinar.
Thank you, Afira. Well, all that needed to be said has been said, but I'll just make a few points which should, frame this big event, this webinar, in its full context. First, in this day and time of coronavirus and COVID-19, we have webinars in every forum and in all think tanks here in Islamabad, as well as in not only here in Islamabad and Karachi and in the rest of Pakistan, but all over the world. There are webinars going on in Washington, in New York, in London, in Paris, in Berlin, wherever. So this is a special time, and there is actually a plethora, because the world has to keep moving on. There is a plethora of such activities that have come up. However, there are occasionally some webinars, some thinking forums which leave a mark. We ourselves have had, I think, more than 5 or 6 webinars in the last so many months. But this webinar, I think, is one which will leave a mark. And I'll tell you why. For following reasons that come to my mind right away. It highlighted the importance that Pakistan attaches to peaceful uses of nuclear and space technology. I have always been one of the advocates of projecting Pakistan's peaceful programs. I have always felt that we have not projected it enough we are in the developing world, one of the countries which has developed peaceful uses programs in agriculture, medicine, biosciences, biotechnology, industrial uses, research and development, a whole lot of things. Plus, we have played a very important role in the IAEA in providing fellowships and scholarships to other developing countries, other member states, where people have benefited from our expertise and guidance. So wrongly projected as a country with a bomb, quote unquote, Pakistan is shown as being hell-bent on developing its nuclear arsenal, on developing more weapons. Now, this is totally wrong projection, unfair, unjust to characterize us like this. And I have always felt very outraged at this projection. This webinar on sustainable development through nuclear and space technology has brought to the fore Pakistan's extensive nuclear and space programs devoted to sustainable development and socio-economic betterment. Secondly, this webinar has highlighted the benefits of our nuclear and space programs to the province of Sindh. And this is a province which has utilized this, this technology, this science in a big way. And the latest example is the Keynote 2, the mega power plant with 1,000 megawatts of power generation. Third, it has brought out Pakistan's clearly responsible attitude. Pakistan's responsible attitude and policy towards use of nuclear and space technologies. You know, in nuclear energy, we have extensive use of peaceful, extensive programs of peaceful uses. In space technology, there are those countries which are going into militarization of outer space. And Pakistan is entirely opposed to militarization of outer space. We are only for peaceful uses of outer space. I was a member and the representative of Pakistan in the COPUS, the Committee on Outer Space in Vienna. And I have always taken a position when I was there that Pakistan is fully committed to peaceful uses of outer space. Fourth, the wide-ranging use of nuclear technology in many sectors, starting from power generation to biotechnology, is actually a precursor to many further sort of advances that we can make in peaceful uses. So, to make a convincing case of these points, we brought together a galaxy of notable experts with long experience in their fields. We also benefited from the participation of the CEO of the Chinese company CZEC, which has contributed to the building of our power plants. So for all these reasons, I personally feel very happy that this has been an exceptional webinar, which will go on record as an epoch-making event in the annals of intellectual discourse and discussion in contemporary Pakistan. So thank you so much. It's a very great pleasure indeed. I think, Afira, you can now conclude the webinar.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Naqvi. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our webinar. Our gratitude towards chief guest, keynote speakers, and chairs and speakers of the two sessions. I also thank general participants for their active participation. Thank you. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you.